Okay, ding dongs. If you don't subscribe to Jeremy Ice and Fire, you're gonna spend the night in the box.
Aren't Cooey.
Something's different.
I am changing.
I don't know if I like who I'm becoming.
Boyd, there are a lot of people wanting to know what happened down there.
Where's Dad? Why isn't he back yet?
Tabitha.
We need to talk. It means everything they showed us. It's real. I think they're doing it to make us afraid.
Well, then it worked.
There is something ancient here. And it's feeding off our suffering, and it doesn't stop.
We're losing. We're running out of time, and we still don't know the goddamn rules. There is no way to fight back against those things. Everything we've done, every sacrifice we've made, none of us are going anywhere.
You think you're some kind of hero? You're a monster. Lord, please protect us in this dark place where evil roams so freely. This we ask in your name. Amen.
One way or another, the truth always comes out.
I would make sure it doesn't.
And welcome all to another edition of the Fromville Hour. And as always, I, Jeremy Ice and Fire, will be your host this evening. And tonight we are joined by none other than Lord Ravener, the one and only. And tonight we are going to be diving into all things from episode 3, our takes on it, and what we thought after having a few days to stew on it, after having a few days to maybe rewatch the episode a few times. Always fun to revisit it. And of course, taking a look ahead at episode 4 and taking a look at the trailer for episode 4 and getting everybody's thoughts and opinions on it. We want to hear from you guys. What do you think heading into episode 4, just based on the trailer alone? It's looking like episode 4 is going to be the episode that finally really starts to pick things up, like in a big way, at least based on the trailer. So we're going to get into all of that. And then, of course, towards the end, for all of you who have been wanting to talk Widow's Bay as well, we will definitely be talking Widow's Bay episode 3 towards the end of the stream. But yeah, welcome all. Ravener, how you doing, my friend?
Good. Good episode. I would say this. I didn't dislike it as much as like a lot of people felt. We've been through this before.
Yeah.
We're already on season 4 of the show. So anybody who's watching it now has probably seen the previous seasons. so they should already be familiar with this kind of pace. I don't consider this a filler episode. I considered it
Not filler at all.
moving the pieces. Yeah, it moved the pieces into place
Yep.
for the next leap that they're going to take. I'm kind of surprised that people are surprised that there's an episode like this, because at this point, we've seen this
We
happen.
get it every season.
Yeah, and we'll
Yeah.
probably get another one or two
Oh, yeah.
similar episodes this season. Even
Mhm.
it can't be balls to the wall the whole time.
Yeah.
Yep. But yeah, and there were some pretty good scenes, pretty interesting maneuvers and stuff that developed. Some of it didn't hit for me, just like probably in every episode, something falls flat. Some of it I felt was informative, but it didn't move me in any way. It was like, oh, okay, yeah, there we go.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's kind of how I was going away from this episode as well. We got some things here and there that were informative, yes. Nothing that kind of blew the doors off in terms of like big revelations, more of getting some, some more solid data points on things a lot of us already had theories on anyway, based on what we've seen in the trailer. Like Victor having already seen the man in yellow. We knew that was coming at some point. We knew he had a drawing of the man in yellow. So we knew that probably meant he had some kind of memory of the man in yellow that he was going to be remembering this season. So little stuff like that, little data points of, theories that were kind of confirmed. And yes, definitely setting what looks to be some big things up for episode 4 and beyond. But yeah, I mean, and usually if you look back at a lot of seasons, it's always right around episode 3 or so that we get an episode like this. They always tend to start the season off with a pretty big bang, and that usually carries over into the second episode where you have the aftermath of that. And then episode 3 tends to be an episode like this, where you take a step back for a minute, you get some interesting data points, some interesting little nuggets of information, while they're mostly setting storylines up for the next few episodes, which by no means is filler. I feel like the definition of filler gets lost in translation sometimes. I think sometimes setup and character development and world building sometimes gets misconstrued as filler sometimes, maybe just because maybe some of these episodes are a little bit slower, which is understandable. But like you said, every once in a while, shows have to have episodes like this where they set some big storylines up for the next few episodes. And I think that's what they did with episode 3, setting some really nice things up that will hopefully pay off in episodes 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah. And I actually felt that almost. I rewatched it again today. I rewatched the episode, and I felt like almost the first 20 minutes of the episode, it kind of struck me. I was like, wow, it really just feels like they're just checking in with characters, like they're obligated to show this person, obligated to show this person. And then they did bring it back around, almost everybody that they showed in the first 20, like when Boyd visited Acosta and then left without anything happening, really. I mean, she asked for the bullet and he left. Then he comes back and gave her a little task. All of it did get wrapped up in the second half, but it was funny. Yeah, the first, if it was going to be judged just on the first half of the episode, the first 20 minutes or so, it really was like, wow, that would have been a filler episode, because people were just like saying stuff and nothing substantive happened. Then all the stuff with Victor, we got all the stuff with Henry and Tabitha. That stuff. The crows were a buzz.
And the crows, we got some interesting crow scenes. Yeah, we did get some pretty interesting crow scenes, which have kind of sprung a ton of theories have sprung from that one scene, I guess I should say. I myself even did a video on the crows. Couldn't resist it. After so many seasons not getting any really thing story-wise from these crows, they've been kind of just like background aesthetic, a creepy setting of the show. But in terms of like the actual narrative, the storylines, they haven't really been in the narrative much, other than the one time they charged through the window at Colony House right before the tarot cards are getting ready to be read. Other than that, the crows haven't really played a part in the actual story. Until this episode. This episode felt like that scene just kind of felt like it was the crows getting involved in the story, in a sense, kind of coming right down like that. And I know it's been interpreted in many different ways. The crows showing up the way they did at the funeral, one landing kind of like right near or almost on Jim's grave. There's been a lot of good theories coming from there. I know PM, when she originally saw it, she was wondering if she was thinking that might be Jim. Has Jim been reincarnated into one of these crows? And have all of the previous residents that have potentially been killed here, do they come back as crows? I know that's been a big theory that has been kind of gaining steam. A theory that's kind of a theory that's been out there for a while. A lot of people have been wondering if the crows are reincarnations of previous residents. And I mean, I guess you certainly can't say they aren't. I mean, who knows? I mean, there's no definitive answer one way or another. But I feel like nothing's been proved one way or another. There's a lot of good evidence pointing in a lot of different directions for what these crows are. And people have been coming up with some really good theories just based on, some of the videos that we've been doing in the comment sections and the comments that have been coming in. Definitely been seeing a lot of really interesting crow theories. But yeah, it feels like we got an interesting little data point, but nothing definitive. But it's definitely pointing some people in some interesting directions.
Yeah, and they seem to be prominent in the season trailer too, and they took the opportunity to put the crows crash in the funeral in the season trailer. So I thought it was going to be a lot more significant. Honestly, I'm going to fall on I'll probably differ with everybody, but I always see it as that to me is almost like I call it like a discussion distraction. I think it gets you talking about them, but you're looking there. That's a magician showing you their left hand while the right hand's doing the gimmick.
Maybe.
Yeah. Although it did swing around from them being the harbingers of ill omens and whatnot, because they were always in conjunction with the tree across the road, so they were always considered to be part of Fromville and a bad sign. And that's really them playing on kind of like cultural bias, or it's never that's the story writers playing our heartstrings or our mental strings or whatever. We automatically associate crows, and that's not modern times. That's from ancient times when they picked over battlefields. Back and beyond. So
people see crows. Like you said, even till this day, we see crows. I think a lot of us instantly start thinking of the symbolic representation of what these crows could mean. And you look at what do crows mean? And you look at a lot of different cultures, a lot of different mythologies have a lot of different varying definitions for what crows mean, in terms of them being a harbinger of doom in some cultures, and in terms of them being, stewards of knowledge and memory, like in Norse mythology and some other cultures. So it really does vary. But yeah, when you see these things show up in shows like this, I think your mind just naturally goes to, okay, what is the cultural and symbolic significance of these crows within the story?
And they served as a discussion distraction when they crashed through while Tilly was doing her tarot reading as well. That stopped everything. And they've done this a lot in this show, and I actually don't mind it at all. That's part of why these so-called filler episodes don't bother me so much, because I'm willing to just take my hands off the wheel and go for the ride. And if they want me to feel this way, or they want to guide your thoughts in a direction, I'll go along with it. I'm down for that. The same thing happened. It was very tense. They're flipping the tarot cards. So dramatic when you flip this card.
Super dramatic. You're waiting to see what card is going to be revealed, because that was a big thing. Like, okay, what card is she going to turn over? And we never get to find out. And I feel like that was the writers almost growing with us a little bit as a fandom, with the whole, with the tarot card theory being like super big in the fandom at the time. I just feel like that whole scene was just like the writers like kind of just like not laughing at the fandom, but like trolling us a little bit, maybe in a fun way maybe. But it just felt like that. It just felt like it didn't really end up having any bearing on the story. In terms of like the tarot card, in terms of the crow crashing in that moment, it didn't really have any really bearing on the story. Ultimately, it was kind of just in isolation in that one scene is where this kind of little incident happened, and didn't really, you could have taken that out and it wouldn't have affected Fatima's storyline in one bit. So that's what tells me, okay, this was this didn't really serve the story in any way other than, giving us as the fans that, shit, we didn't get to see what car was flipped over. I really feel like that's the whole reason for that scene, but I could be wrong.
They've done it so many times. And I mean, how many times have two characters been in an intense discussion and then somebody bursts in, Boyd, there's something that you got to do immediately. How many times has Donna sprung into the thing? How many times has somebody else, Boyd, hey, there's an emergency. Boyd, hey, Timmy fell down the well, something.
Yeah.
And they do that. It's funny. And they did it in this episode as well. Boyd is having his discussion with Abby at the grave. And they do it so masterfully. That's what I like about how they do the writing. They don't use the same gimmick every time. They've reused the same gimmick a few times, but they switch it up often enough that it doesn't feel played out. And they did the same thing. Boyd's having a heart-to-heart with Abby and really spilling his heart and talking about, how he's feeling and this and that. And then what do we get? A jump scare. We get a hand grabbing him.
Yeah.
And it told me, because he tested the ground, when the hand went away, when that scene, the jump scare was over, he tested with his foot the ground to see if there was a hole, and there wasn't. So, and you know how I feel about hallucinations and dreams and all this other stuff. If it didn't happen, then it doesn't mean anything to me. And that it was purely to serve as a jump scare in the final seconds of the actual episode.
I think
fine. I'm fine with it, but it didn't mean anything to me. It didn't move me as far as like the story or anything.
Yes, because I'm glad you brought that up, because someone in the chat earlier was asking about that, and I've heard a few different questions of a similar nature in terms of whose hands were that reached up, because a lot of people had noticed if you looked at the hands, they looked a lot like the same hands as the man in yellow in terms of the pigmentation and the fingertips being like darkened and black like his. So some people were wondering, was that the man in yellow messing with Boyd? Was that his hands? And when I see that scene, like you said, knowing that right afterwards, he kind of stomps on the ground. He sees that it's not real. It's kind of an hallucination. And that scene reminds me of similar to when he saw Abby in season 1. Not when he sees her down with Martin in the dungeon. I mean, when he first has that hallucination of seeing Abby before he gets bit by the spiders or anything. He walks into that spider kind of net. And he gets closer and he sees what appears to be his wife kind of webbed up to the tree. And she reaches out and grabs him. That's the first time he sees her. And it's before he gets bit or anything, so it's not like it's an hallucination from one of the bites or anything. Him seeing that is what causes him to get bit by the spiders, in fact. So when I see that grave scene, it kind of reminded me of a similar scene like that, of this place, Fromville, maybe the man in yellow, or maybe just the evil in this place, just Fromville itself. Just playing, having another, screw you moment with Boyd like they did in season 1, just like he saw his wife kind of stuck in all those spider webs. Here he's seeing, what looks like him being pulled into the ground. So when I saw that scene, it kind of reminded me of that from season 1, just another one of those moments of this place screwing with Boyd. And again, this place has been trying to break Boyd from the very beginning. That they don't want to kill Boyd. We've seen the monsters don't want him dead for whatever reason that is, but they very much want to break him. And I get it. I think Boyd is the leader of the town. He's where the town gets a lot of their strength, their courage. They take their P's and Q's from Boyd. Like, they look to Boyd and they see if he's strong, they can be strong. So I get why the monsters don't want to just kind of maybe outright kill him, why they want to break him, why they want to, Boyd is the town's symbol of hope. He gives the town hope, with his strength. So if they can break that, if they can break the illusion of Boyd, if they can make someone like him give up, that's the ultimate victory, I imagine, for the monsters, because this is very much a psychological horror as much as it is physical horror. There's a huge psychological element to what these monsters like to do. We know that they like their victims afraid. So I think them trying to break Boyd instead of killing him is exactly that. They're not just trying to break Boyd because he said, you can't break me, which they did kind of take as a personal challenge too. But it's also a way of, okay, Boyd is what represents the town's hope. He is what represents the town's strength. If we can show the town that someone as strong as Boyd can be broken by this place, none of them will have hope. And I think a big part of this show is getting them to lose hope. And we hear it from the very beginning. Boyd, when at the end of season 1, feeling like this place gives you a little bit of hope just to snatch it away from you. We heard Jeff Pickner talking about how the best stories for him, the best characters that they like to write about, are characters where you make the audience fall in love with them, and then you make the audience watch them suffer. And that's what we're seeing here. I think that's what we're seeing on a grand scale with From in general. But yeah, I think we're seeing, I like the psychological element to it overall, but I think that's why we're seeing everything happen with Boyd. But long story short, that's what I saw when I saw that scene. It reminded me of that same scene that we saw at the end of season 1 when he saw his wife. Same little Fromville screwing with you type place.
Yeah, and that told me to go back and listen to what he was saying prior to that, because when we get the jump scare, when we get our emotions engaged, when we get that heart palpitation, it's almost like shaking your brain like an Etch-a-Sketch and erasing everything that you just saw, because you went from processing what he's saying, trying to figure it out, to, oh my God, you get that heart scare, and then it is very easy to forget, just flat out forget what he was talking about, what he was saying, to not dismiss it, but just disregard it because you get caught up in the moment. And everybody likes the jump scares, everybody likes that emotional engagement. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, a show like From that doesn't lean into it too hard. Like From has some jump scares every once in a while, but the majority of them, not every single one, but the majority of the jump scares that From does, they're pretty good. Like there's some pretty good jump scares. You think of Granny in episode 1 taking out Megan, the very first one we ever get. And then you think of episode 2 of, the one coming down into the RV after the dream of Jim picking up the talisman, and the thing just descends down in the fucking RV super fast. Probably the best one in the whole show right there, in my opinion, anyway. You look at season 2, at the beginning of season 2, the death of Tom, the bartender. Great fucking jump scare when you see that monster just lunge right at you. Like Smiley in season 2, the hallucination of Marielle thinking that he came back to life in the clinic. Like there's been some really good jump scares, but they don't overdo it. Like a show like this, just given the very nature of this show with the monsters and the horror element and the supernatural element, it would be very easy to like overindulge with jump scares, but they don't. Like they're very not super sparing with them, but they don't overindulge with them. And I think that's, they found a pretty good balance, I guess you could say. Because again, a show like this, it would be so easy to have a jump scare in like every single freaking episode, but then the audience gets desensitized to it. They start to get cheap. So I'm glad that they use them sparingly, but when they use them, they're memorable.
We did get the rat crawling out of Brick's mouth, but they build the tension. The music is whatever, is a dark scenario where your vision is limited, and then you get the rat crawling out and the music sting, the music's playing into it too. And I was like, okay, that is kind of, it's just a rat, but I went along with it, man. It was fun. It was fun. And it broke up that kind of extended scene where he's crawling through and getting the book bag. It was all right. I didn't hate it, but yeah, it was kind of funny. Yeah. Randall, again, another episode where Randall and Julie, aren't doing bad, man. The acting was pretty strong with them, I thought, in this episode.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good pairing, pairing those two up, and giving them their plot line. That's one I'm actually interested in. Whereas, in previous seasons, Julie was far from my favorite character. And the sad thing is, sometimes if a character is not engaging me, I'll just kind of like disregard their whole plot line. Not to the point where I'll fast forward through their lines, just basically because I have to do, an analysis show. But there are a few characters that if I weren't doing, if we weren't going to be talking about it, I probably would, skip through and not really care.
Uh-huh. And that happens. I mean, and we were actually talking about this the other day, and because this came up in terms of we were talking about the Fatima and Ellis storyline, and how PM and just for PM and I, like it's not one of our favorite. It's not our favorite storyline on the show. Yeah, I mean, of course, we watch every scene. I mean, I can't fast forward through any of it. I want to see every little minute of this thing. And at times their storyline can be interesting. It looks like we got an interesting scene with Fatima towards the end of episode 3 that we're definitely going to talk about. But yeah, just like the like the love story aspect of Ellis and Fatima has never been like one of PM and I's like huge one of our favorite aspects of the show, and I think that's totally okay. I think it's totally fine if there's certain characters or certain storylines that not everybody is like super into, and there's nothing wrong with that. No one's saying that you have to like every single storyline that your favorite show puts out. Like it's definitely my favorite show to watch, my favorite show to cover. But even for me, even for someone who's a diehard fan of even I have come across some storylines that I'm not super excited about sometimes, and that's just natural. I think that happens to everybody, and there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. But one thing I do want to get into is the chat. We want to hear from you guys as well. We want to hear some of your thoughts, some of your theories. What did you guys think of episode 3? What do you guys think heading into episode 4? What are some of your theories overall? Like this one right here from Justin Pearson, which I'd love to get everybody's take on. Yours included, Ravener. I'm convinced now that someone is helping them. How the heck are mushrooms going to be there at that very moment? And we have seen, not just the mushrooms, Justin, you bring up a good point, because we have seen some instances where similar stuff like this has happened, where they happen to be in like the right spot at the right place at the right time, finding just what they need. Not only Jade with the mushrooms, but what also comes to mind is Kenny and Jim finding the food at the beginning of season 3. We see, heading into season 3, we knew that one of the big storylines going in was going to be this food shortage. Like Fromville is taking their food away. Their food is getting ruined. It's getting rotten. They're having trouble. They're running out of livestock. Food is going to be a big problem heading into season 3, or at least that's what a lot of us thought based on just where the story was. And then we get into season 3, and episode 1, maybe episode 2, the latest, we already have the food shortage just completely solved, where Kenny and Jim just happen to find this just unlimited freaking food source at the exact moment that they need it. So yeah, I think you bring up an interesting point, and I'd love to hear what the chat thinks about this, and you as well, Ravener. When you look at instances like that, and it even goes all the way back to the very beginning of the series, when Boyd first arrived here, he was going into the woods, finding livestock, finding everything that they needed for them to survive, almost like Fromville was providing them with things at the very beginning. Now, is this something that happens where the beginning of a cycle, Fromville at the beginning of a cycle is a lot different than Fromville at the end of a cycle? Where at the beginning, when you first arrive here, it gives you things and then slowly starts taking them away. Is that the aspect of giving you hope just to yank it away from you later on? Because we have, I'm sure we've all noticed this, right? At the beginning of the show, the forest was literally throwing livestock at these characters, throwing resources at them that they needed to survive. And now here we are getting towards the end of the show, and it almost looks like some of this stuff is maybe starting to get taken away. But then again, like you said, the mushrooms pop up right when Jade needs them. Is there a small aspect of this place looking out for them? Like, is this, the Boy in White, the Ankui children, is this their influence looking out for the characters, helping them when they need it most? Is this all just purely coincidence that Jade just happens to find the mushrooms, that Kenny and Jim just happen to find the food, that Boyd just happens to find the livestock? Is it all just coincidence, or is there some aspect of something out there looking after them on top of trying to harm them?
I think it's undoubted that there is an element helping them. I don't think it's cyclical though, because some of the stuff, because Victor has been there the whole time and he would have been able to notice a cycle like that. I think a lot of the shortage, a lot of the peril, a lot of that kind of stuff is a product of them actually getting closer this time
to the answers.
To the answers.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
we have that, like the more you push, the more this place is going to push back. So at the beginning, when they're not looking for answers, maybe it's like, okay, you know, people are healing quick, they're getting resources, but the more you get into the cycle, the more you start looking for answers, then Frumville starts getting a little stingy.
Yeah, and not only did the weather change, so the crops and stuff would have been less, then they started actively rotting on the vine, you know, in relation to
Well, I
Fatima's
feel like we got
situation.
our answer for that, right? Like, well, I mean, I suppose it's not like definitive, but looking back in hindsight, it feels like the food was being, you know, the food was getting rotten specifically for Fatima, specifically to prep Fatima to give birth to Smiley. And it just, I mean, maybe it just looks like that in hindsight, but that was how it looked to me anyway.
Yeah, but I mean, but it's crazy that a whole harvest goes bad just to feed the one person. But you know, if you're an evil town, you know, it doesn't matter to you. You'll rot everything. It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
but they did. I mean,
especially
and a
if
lot of
there's
that
an
screws.
unlimited food source not too far away that they end up finding fucking days later. What are the odds of that?
Yeah. And they dealt with that in a few different episodes. They had the canning of the food or the preserving of the food episode that gave Donna and Ethan their little moment down in the basement. There were a few things. They had the run on the diner and Tien Chen having to protect the food from people from the rationing and that kind of stuff. So it did lean into telling the viewer how stressed the town was getting in relation to that situation. But yeah, sure enough, and we know that Cannibal Village isn't very nearby. It's not a day trip. It's like
it's
one
like a
day
day
out
and
and
a
one
half
day back.
away. If you go there, you're staying there the night. Like there's no way to go there and make it all the way back to town before it gets dark.
Right. So that was very fortuitous that they just happened upon and everything was fully ripe and ready to go too. I mean, they could have
right. Like it wasn't food that was just starting to sprout that was going to take weeks or, you know, a bunch of time to, you know, mature so you could harvest it and then eat it and all that. It was, it's food that was just ready to go. They pull it right out of the fucking ground and boom, here you go. Unlimited fucking cabbage and just happens to be ripe.
Which played right into you know, that buoyant joy that Kenny had as the triumphant return with his backpack full of stuff, just to get rug pulled.
Only to get that dagger of and we talked about that, and I know you and I in particular, we really loved that scene. That scene of Kenny and Jim just coming back to town, and like you said, it's that triumphant moment of Kenny. Like Kenny is the you know, the returning hero, the guy who found the food, the guy who saved the town, only to find out that he's coming home to his mother dead. It was still to this day, and I know you felt similar. That's one of Ricky He's best acting moments on the entire show. That one scene when he comes back to town and he's out there and he's, you know, slowly realizing what's happening without any dialogue. He doesn't really need any dialogue other than him saying "mom, mom," and with the subtle kind of switch to him, you know, talking in English to Cantonese, which was beautifully played by him. But yeah, man, you know, I know that's one of your favorites, but
you could see his heartbreaking in real time. Yeah,
you do. His heart breaking in real time. You really do. And it's and Kenny, you know, that's one of the first moments that he really kind of has that chance to come back, play, you know, to be that conquering hero, and to see it kind of just not get taken away from him, but like you said, the legs get kind of cut out from underneath him. It's like, okay, yeah, this feels great. I helped save the town, but at what cost? At the cost of not being here to protect my mom. Because you know damn well if Kenny was, you know, at the town and not at Cannibal Village when that all happened, you know, he would have been out there wrangling up that livestock. You know, he would not have let his mom go out there. That's for sure. You know, he would have been down for that.
Oh,
so
absolutely.
you can only imagine what's going through his mind in that moment. Like, yeah, I helped save the town finding this food, but I had to sacrifice my mother to do it because I wasn't here to keep her safe. And it just great scene, really good scene from Ricky He.
And
but
we know that we're going to get I mean, Ellis in one of his few scenes in this episode said that they're doing a food run tomorrow. So I think
We
we're
know that's coming up.
looking at that for tomorrow. Yeah,
Yeah,
for
we know that's
episode.
coming up. We know based on the trailers that we've seen from season 4 that it looks like the food run probably isn't going to go super well based on these new creatures that they showed us in the season 4 trailer. Which again, I wish they didn't show those in the trailer. Could you imagine what it would be like watching that episode, not knowing that's going to be coming? Like now that we've seen it, it's like we kind of know when it's coming, or we know that it is coming, I guess you could say. So when we get to that part in the story, when they do go there, it's like we know what's going to happen. So I really wish they wouldn't have shown that in the trailer. I feel like that would have been such a big moment for us as fans to just discover unwittingly, just not prepared for it. But
they're
yeah,
introducing an entirely new monster. That's a new monster type, everything.
Like
yeah.
you don't introduce an entire new monster in a trailer. Like you just don't do that. What are you doing? But whatever.
Yeah, I know, man. I know.
But yeah, let me see. Let's hear from you guys. What are you guys saying in the chat? We want to hear from you. What did you think of episode 3? What do you think heading into episode 4? What are some of your theories that you guys have been chewing on? Some aspects of the show that you guys want to see? Let us know. And yeah, PM says, I want that to be the boy in white, the children or the boy in white who are helping. If the boy in white is bad, I'll kill myself. Just kidding. Yeah, I know. Yeah, we discussed this a little bit, because you can't just I guess we can't just completely dismiss the possibility that the boy in white isn't good. Like that's a popular theory out there for a reason. Like there is some interesting evidence, on both sides. You'd like to think that the man in yellow is the evil one and that the boy in white is the good one. You'd like to think that's what we're dealing with here, and it probably is. But you never know. Like I guess you can't just completely discredit any theory, even the possibility that the boy in white might be nefarious.
I still think he's good. I still think he's good. I still think he's Victor's friend. We talked about it. Sarah said that I don't think he's a little boy. So I think he might be in the boy form. But the one thing that he's
clearly very old. Yeah.
Yeah. What we're picking up from him, what makes people think he's bad, I think he's frustrated. I think he's tried to help and people haven't listened, or there's certain things. I think he feels like he's done certain things, or he's probably been through these cycles before and people didn't listen. And he's
Christopher, right?
Yeah, what can I do? I'm telling these people, doing the best I can, and it's still not working. And I kind of felt that way about the crows too. If they can't talk and tell you what they're thinking, they're a harbinger. If they're good, great. But if they're trying to warn you of danger,
yeah,
I mean, everything is danger. You're in a world where monsters come out at night to kill you. I mean, danger is the baseline. Having crows show up, you can't automatically say, "Oh, something's not right here." Well, there's always something not right here.
From their perspective, like every day is a nightmare. Yeah. And that's the thing, us as the audience, we have that bird's eye view where when we see the crows show up, like we hone in on that and we see, okay, well, what is this a sign of? But yeah, I mean, I have to imagine if you're putting yourself in the shoes of someone that lives that deals with these nightmares on a day-to-day basis, then crow showing up isn't really a big deal. Like that's just another fucking weird ass fucking thing that we see here on a daily basis. So I get what you mean.
Yeah. And I looked at, everybody was looking at Sophia's face when the crows were around. I was looking at everybody else's face, and she didn't stand out. Yeah. They were like, "What the hell's going on?" Because it is weird. I mean, if I was walking down the street and that thing happened where a bunch of crows suddenly started landing and cawing for no apparent reason, I'd be like, I'd have that same face. But they did hone in on her face though, so clearly there was some significance to it. She did look a little, it wasn't like she was terrified or anything, but she was like, get the F out of here. Yeah, she was like, get the F out of here.
I don't know. I feel like she looked almost concerned, even that they showed up. Like she didn't look happy to see them.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And I get, And again, just sparking even more questions as to what's going on with these crows. Who controls them? Are these not controlled by the man in yellow? Are these controlled by something else? Are these crows their own separate entity, separate kind of force in Frumville that has its own kind of rules and ways of operating? Who knows? Maybe we'll get some more definitive answers. But one thing we do see, we got Katrina Marie for $9.99. Thank you so much, Katrina Marie. Thank you. Victor running away but stopping where the shrooms were made me feel like he probably finds comfort there because he may have eaten them when he was alone. Could be why his memory is also over the place. Ooh, now that's an interesting theory. That, Victor as a kid, maybe starving, maybe not having a whole lot of food, maybe picks up some of these mushrooms and eats them thinking they're just normal mushrooms, and he's hungry and goes on like the mother of all trips, and it messes his mind up. That's definitely a possibility, right? I feel like that's very possible here. And, in this place, like you said, Victor kind of just runs away, and he kind of just, he ends up in that one place near that one tree, just right where the shrooms happen to be, where the mushrooms happen to be. Is that just coincidence? Or like you said, is that a place where Victor finds comfort because maybe he's eaten some magic mushrooms there before? I feel like it's definitely a plausible theory, if nothing else, right? I mean, we've seen crazier stuff on this show.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a million species of mushrooms, and some are edible and many are not, and very few are hallucinogenic. So it is damn coincidental that it just so happens to be the trippy mushrooms. Because I was laughing, even when we were watching it in the watch party, I was like, oh man, here's Jade picking up some toadstools and stuff. It could, and I'm not a mycologist. I can't identify,
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't be able to identify what's an edible mushroom, what's a mushroom that's going to kill you and give you a horrible fucking stomach ache, and what's a mushroom that's going to make you hallucinate. How do you tell? Maybe Jade can tell because he's like a super genius, and we know that he likes substances. He kind of arrived in Frumville clearly on some kind of psychedelic or some kind of tryptamine, it looked like. So maybe it's just something he's versed in, but yeah, like to the average person, I mean, or at least me, I'm not going to fucking know if that's going to kill me or send me to the fucking moon. So I ain't touching it. So I'm not taking the risk. But yeah, like you said, what are the chances that he just so happens to end up right in that one spot and finds the exact kind of mushrooms that he needs? It's a big coincidence, right?
Yeah. And and that's for people that believe in coincidences. This is 100%, it's just like finding Cannibal Village was a coincidence, or finding chickens and goats in the deciduous forest of Nova Scotia is.
Exactly. Yeah, maybe all you need is some cow dung, and I do hear that is the process. Yeah, maybe all you need is some good old cow dung. But yeah. Interesting stuff. Let's see what else you guys are saying. I'll be okay if I'll be okay with the boy in white or the kids turn out to be malicious. It'd be a twist I honestly don't see coming. And that's kind of where I'm at too. Like I wouldn't mind it too much, I guess. Because like you said, I don't mind a nice, interesting twist, something we don't see coming, and something that's well written. As long as the reveal is well written, I'm all for an interesting twist like that. That's why when we were talking at the beginning of the season, when we see that one scene of Fatima, when she's having trouble remembering what exactly it was that made this deal with the parents, she clearly tapped into Smiley's memories or some kind of connection, made some kind of connection with him when she was giving birth to him. And she saw that these monsters were once human. They were once parents of these Ankui children. They sacrificed their own children because something promised them immortality, something horrible, according to her. But she couldn't quite remember exactly what that something was. I mean, if it was the man in yellow, why draw it out? Why have Fatima have? I mean, I'm just trying to think from a narrative standpoint, just from a writing standpoint. If I'm a writer, if I have Fatima have a scene like that and she's having trouble remembering what this thing is, if it was the man in yellow that set this whole thing up, why keep that a secret? We already know the man in yellow is the main villain of the show. Everybody already assumes it was the man in yellow that made this deal with the parents. And if that's what Fatima is having trouble remembering, I guess my question is why? That's already a narrative that's out there. Again, the man in yellow is already kind of the main villain. Unless there's a slight possibility that Fatima is remembering something else, that something else actually offered this deal to the parents, and maybe it wasn't the man in yellow. Again, it's probably not the case, but when I'm thinking just from a pure writing standpoint, when I'm writing that scene of Fatima not remembering what the it was, that tells me that you're planning some kind of reveal there, some kind of interesting reveal there. That's the only reason why you set something like that up. Having it be the man in yellow isn't really a big, interesting reveal. That's what most people are expecting anyway. So I guess that's my only interesting thing about maybe it not being the man in yellow who set this deal up. Why have that Fatima scene there unless you're not planning some kind of reveal?
Right. And that I feel that way about the kids turning out bad. They spent 2 seasons making them scary. I mean, they showed up and they were menacing. They were mobbing they were
Yeah.
mobbing Tabitha, just saying on Cooey and touching her and stuff. Those were scary scenes. They weren't positive scenes. And then we got the relief at the very end of season 3. I mean, in the final episode, we're like, oh, okay, wait, these things aren't bad things or scary things. These are the ones that she's supposed to be helping,
Yeah.
yada yada. So I don't see them making a heel turn with the kids at all. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, and
No,
going
I
back
don't
to
need.
what you're saying about Fatima and her vision, that was just pure narrative too. That just came out of the blue. So
Mhm.
why would if they're not going to pay that off, then why put that in the scene at all in the first place? So
Oh
I'm
yeah, we'll pay it off.
yeah.
Yeah.
Right now I'm taking all of it right at face value.
Yep.
Because I
Yeah.
think they're I think there's a lot of story to tell, and I think they're going in a direction, and I think there are twists, and I think there are surprises yet to come and reveals yet to come. But right now, I
Mhm.
think a lot of it, I think we are getting. They're not going to be introducing more questions. I think somebody mentioned that even in our Discord, and
Yeah, it's time for
I'm just at
answers
this
now.
point, like, yeah, we're past the point of getting further questions and further uh weirdness introduced.
Yeah.
Now's the time to bring this all home, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, these are the final 2 seasons now. We're at the beginning of the end. This is the beginning of the home stretch now. It's definitely not the point, at least traditionally, this is not the point narratively in a story where you start introducing just tons of new mysteries. This is the time where you start wrapping things up that you began all the way back in season 1. And I feel like we're getting a little bit of that. I feel like they are doing a little bit of that. They did say before the season began that a good amount of season 4 is them going back all the way to season 1 and kind of fleshing things out that they started way back then. And we've already seen a few examples of that just in these first 3 episodes alone. So yeah, I'm definitely not expecting them to really set up any more new big mysteries. It's more of getting ready to start kind of paying them off. And I think that's where we're going to be heading the more season 4 progresses. Again, we're only 3 episodes in.
Yeah.
It has only been 3 episodes so far. So I am expecting that from episode 4 on, we're going to start getting into the thick of it. Again, just based on the episode 4 trailer, which we're going to play here in a little bit, and I definitely want to get everybody's thoughts and opinions on it. Just based on the episode 4 trailer alone, it looks like this is the episode that's really going to kind of pick things up, like really pick things up. Just based on what's in the trailer alone, it looks pretty interesting.
Okay, yeah, I looked at it briefly, but I didn't look at it extensively. So this will be another episode where it's kind of coming to me pretty new. But yeah, we're getting to the point where in the show, we still don't know. We're getting some answers about the nature of the world,
The nature of the world, the nature of the
what is
monster.
going on,
Yeah.
and that still leaves wide open what to do about it. Now that you do understand it, but it'll be nice and that'll be a situation where the viewers aren't so far ahead of the characters, because we're still pretty much up in the air in a lot of these questions as well. We're just waiting for them to tell us.
We're just a little further than they are, just a
Yeah,
little.
yeah.
No, I agree. Hopefully we get to the point where our characters and the audience kind of catch up to the same place and get to the point where we're getting things revealed to us as they're getting them revealed to them at the same time. Ideally, you'd like to see stories start to do a little bit more of that towards the end. So I'm hoping we're going to start to see more of that with, the audience, the characters catching up to us, the audience. And as Leah Bradley brings up, I don't believe all the night monsters were the original townspeople that made the deal. Yeah, I don't see how they could be. I 100% agree. I don't see how all the monsters that we're seeing here were all, again, when we see the Ankui children, we know that there are 7 children, which means that there could have been 14 parents in total. And it seems that only 12 of those parents would have been turned into monsters, because we know the original Jade and the original Tabitha didn't get turned into monsters, as far as we know. It seems that they died and then got reincarnated over and over again. So if that's the case, then how come we have way more monsters than we do parents? How come where is the number coming from? And we do definitely have more monsters than we do parents. Because we did a stream on it at one point a little while back where the chat ranked all the monsters. We went in through all the episodes that we could find, and we got snapshots of all the different monsters that we could see. And there are very much more than 12, a lot more than 12. I think we counted 18 in total. And that was minus a few that I later figured out that I missed. I even missed a few from season 1 that I forgot to get screenshots of. So there very much are a lot more monsters than there are parents. There just are. There's a lot more. So yeah, that definitely needs to be answered. We need to figure out what's going on here. Is it one of those things where the entire community got cursed along with those parents? I mean, I could see something like that. That seems to be one of the main, or at least one of the theories that's pretty popular among the fandom, that it was just these 12 parents who actually sacrificed their children, but it was actually a decision that the entire community made. And that's why there's more than just 12 monsters. That could be the explanation. But whatever the real answer is, they definitely need to, make that, they need to explain that at some point. Why exactly are there more monsters than there were parents?
I actually believe that right up till last episode. I mean, we were talking about drawing the short straw, and everybody in the town was involved with it, but only the parents that drew the short straw had to bring their kids in until this episode when she pulled the tooth out. Because you remember the tooth when they were doing the Smiley autopsy and that tooth that fell out?
Yeah, Smiley had a tooth in his hand.
Yeah. And I was like, And that brought me back to grousing about why they didn't go through his wallet and look for an ID or anything. We didn't get any of that. The dude had a wallet. He could have had coupons, lottery tickets, something.
Yeah, it's like, you're doing a freaking autopsy here. You're not going to check his pockets? Check his pockets.
But that led me to believe, because I was content to, given the information that we had at the time, I was like, well, yeah, maybe the whole town was involved with it, so the whole town got cursed. All the residents of the original town. And now, because she did keep that tooth as a keepsake, I was like, well, maybe now there's something to that. Why would they do that? Why would they have a tooth be now I can't say that it was a prominent part of the autopsy scene. It was like one of those blink and you miss it kind of elements, but twice, they've been going back and recalling a lot of things from previous seasons in this season, and I love that. But this is another one that's just a little bit, it makes me suspicious. And I think there might be, and that's the conspiracy. That's the conspiracy theorist in me. I was like, there must be some significance to this tooth. It can't just be something additionally creepy that Sophia does to make her even more creepy. So
yeah, I mean, might be. And again, you know, who knows what's really coming? And I think that's the fun part of the show. I mean, we can theorize as best we can, but the fun part about From is not really knowing what the heck's going on, what's really coming around the corner. And I love that feeling. I love that part of the show. But yeah, no, I mean, I think there's been a lot of interesting theories out there in terms of why there, you know, the number of monsters, why there are more monsters than there were parents. And you know, this is another interesting theory that we've heard. What if every cycle ends with a deal to live forever or die, and some sacrifice has to happen, and each cycle adds new monsters with the new people, with the people who choose to live forever. And that's definitely an interesting new take on it. And maybe that is possible. But yeah, we have heard the possibility that, you know, because there's been a lot of cycles. It seems that there's been we got 8 different dates in the lighthouse, which could potentially tell us there are 8 different cycles that Fromville has been through since the very beginning of the Ankhui sacrifice until now, over the course of however many centuries it was. But if that's the case, then yeah, could it be a deal where monsters get added to the town every cycle, where every cycle the population of monsters gets increased? Maybe, I don't know. I suppose anything's possible. A lot of people have been wondering if we're ever going to see one of our characters get turned into a monster. Will we actually see a monster a human get turned into one of these monsters? And before we saw the origin of the monsters, I thought we probably would. I thought at some point we're probably going to see how these monsters are created. And the best way to do that is, you know, just from a writing standpoint, is to have one of the characters you really care about go through that process. Show the audience the process of what it is like to become one of these monsters. And, you know, again, it's always the best way to always do that is to do it to a character you care about. But then when I saw the origin of the monsters and how it was how it might have just been like a one-time sacrifice thing, then I start to wonder, okay, is it even possible to make more monsters? Or were the monsters that were created at the very beginning the only monsters? And if that's the case, how can we have more monsters than we do parents? So no, I like the ideas. I mean, I like the possibility that maybe more people get, you know, turned into monsters every cycle, and that could maybe explain why there's more. But I don't know. I have no idea. Again, after seeing that origin of how they were created and how it might have been like the sacrifice that turned them into these monsters, that tells me that they were created under a very specific set of circumstances that might not be easily replicated.
Right. And as Lead Laced Anarchy mentions, their clothing seemed to stop in the 50s. Now we know they had 1970s clothes down in the basement for Elgin and Julie to dress up in and stuff. So they would have had access to more contemporary clothing. They stopped at that point. So I think that'll I think could be a very simple reveal. It'll be a good one. It'll be a good reveal. It'll answer not a vital question. It'll be interesting to find out why it is that they're dressed like the 50s. And then I think the audience, me personally, I would feel very satisfied to get that answer, and yet it wouldn't ruin anything about anything as far as the overarching mystery of the entire
It's not like it would be like we could get that answer and it wouldn't it wouldn't reveal everything on the show. Absolutely not. But yeah, again, I mean, I'm hoping it's something we're going to get an answer to at some point, because I mean, if these things are centuries old, which we're now finally learning that it looks like they are, Tabitha in episode 1 does say to Jade, what's more likely, that this place put all these thoughts in our head, or that we've been, you know, coming back here over and over again for centuries? She does say centuries. So whatever knowledge Jade and Tabitha learned, they learned that this has been going on for a very long time. Like they saw how old their original versions were, potentially, maybe. So yeah, if this has been going on for centuries, why the hell are all these monsters walking around in 1950s attire? Yeah, how come they haven't upgraded their clothes? Or is it one of those things where they only upgrade their clothes like once a fucking century, maybe? Who knows? Who knows? Maybe they're a little out of fashion, a little out of date. But
it would be neat, though. I mean, that would be for creatures that take the form of, you know, they obviously take the form of regular people. if they were wearing a t-shirt and like, Julie's wearing bell bottoms or whatever, even though, that's a fashion coming back into fashion, you would think they would be able to blend in even, even a little better. So people like Jasmine, will be able to, tap on the window and say, "Hey, I'm locked out. Can you let me in? Hey, I'm from Colony House. I'm not from the town, but I'm trapped out here after dark. Can you let me in?" And every once in a while, throw it out there. Maybe every once in a while you might get them.
Yeah, whenever you have whenever you have a 70s porn stash dude walking around who appears to be, so desperate he can't get any even in Colony House. So yeah,
oh my God,
monsters, they found the right target there. But we've got Scarecrow Dieter, who's been a member for 3 months. Thank you so much, Scarecrow Dieter. Very much appreciate you, my friend. Thank you. 190 people and only 42 likes. Let's like the stream. Well, thank you so much for that, my friend. Very, very much appreciate you. And I've been meaning to make Dieter a mod, so Dieter can start putting in that link to. Dieter has a friend who has an Etsy shop. Who puts out some really interesting stuff. And, if anyone ever wants to check it out, I'm going to make Dieter a mod right now. You can throw that link in the chat anytime you want, Dieter, so people go and check out that Etsy shop. There's some really good From stuff on there, talismans, all kinds of stuff. Check it out, guys, if you're looking for some good From memorabilia. But I think, big thanks, Dieter, for becoming a member.
Reminder, too. I forgot. Now. Yeah, I hadn't liked the stream yet, but I did.
Hey, no problem. We're all having fun. Whether you guys hit like or not, we're still having fun. That's all that matters. That's the important part, having fun. Absolutely. But thank you so much, Dieter, and thank you so much for Katrina Marie's 10 as well. I owe both of you a glitter bomb. Glitter bombs in the chat. Thank you. Very much appreciate it. But yeah, let's get back to it. Let us know, and again, let us know, what are you guys looking forward to in episode 4? What are some of your theories heading into episode 4? Let us know.
Yeah, that is even wild.
Yeah, she makes the dolls, right? The gem dolls. I think so. If that is the case, absolutely, I will buy you a gem doll. PM, you got it. You absolutely got it. If that is the same person that makes the dolls, then I will definitely get it, because those dolls have been really great. We've been seeing those Men in Yellow dolls. There was a Jade one. Those dolls are freaking awesome. Those From dolls that we've seen go around the fandom. Awesome stuff. So yeah, definitely drop that link in there and people can check that out.
I do like that super chat from Katrina Marie, because we've talked about trauma warping Victor's memory. We've talked about external interference.
We haven't heard that.
Now, we've talked about, like the Man in Yellow or something putting interference into his memory, but never getting his brain scrambled from tripping. So
for mushrooms, that's a new one. That's a new theory. Yeah, that is a new theory for sure. But again, we love hearing new theories. But without further ado, let me pull up the episode 4 trailer. We will play the trailer for episode 4, and we want to hear each and every one of you guys' thoughts, your theories. What do you think heading into episode 4? What are some of your theories heading into episode 4? What stood out to you the most after watching the trailer? We want to hear from you. Okay, so let me pull this up. Episode 4 trailer. And again, just based on this trailer alone, it does very much look like episode 4 is going to be an episode that really, really picks things up. This really looks like it's going to be a big episode. Again, just based on the little bit that we see in the episode 4 trailer, it looks good. Looks really good. It looks like things are really going to pick up this week, this Saturday. We're just a few days away now, guys. We are just a few days away now from episode 4, season 4. So I will give a quick warning. If anyone doesn't want to see the episode 4 trailer, I totally understand. Click off now and maybe come back in a few minutes, and we'll already have been done playing it. And at that point, we'll pretty much just be talking theories. So if you don't want to see it, just wanted to give a quick warning. But for all of you that do want to see it, here we go, guys. Here is the trailer for episode 4. And of course, episode 4's title is Of Myths and Monsters. And looks like it's going to be a good one. Here we go.
You go on this little trip. You know you may not come back, right?
Yeah.
thing I carried inside me. He feels how afraid I am. He likes it.
It's nice to see you again.
Whatever's wrong with me, what if I pass it on to someone else and then the voices start torturing them?
We came in a car just like the rest of us. Everyone died. I saw him.
Man! Looks like a good one. I'll play it one more time. I know there's a lot there to go over, and we're going to go over all of it, but I'll play it one more time, rapid succession, just so you guys can see it one more time. Here is the episode 4 trailer.
You go on this little trip, you know you may not come back, right?
That thing I carried inside me. He feels how afraid I am. He likes it.
It's nice to see you again.
Whatever's wrong with me, what if I pass it on to someone else and then the voices start torturing them?
We came in a car just like the rest of us. Everyone died. I saw him. He was eating her.
There it is, folks. There is the episode 4 trailer. And some interesting stuff. Definitely some interesting stuff there. And yeah, right, like episode 4 looks good. Episode 4, this looks like it's going to be that episode that really kind of kicks things up a notch, kicks things up into overdrive, and hopefully will be kind of a shift in tone for the rest of the season from that point on, hopefully. But either way, a lot of stuff to unpack here. Ravener, what stood out to you the most from the episode 4 trailer?
Well, the most significant, I think, has got to be Jade seeing the younger him, which tells me that we're going to get a little more answers about the previous incarnations, about some of the stuff that went on. We'll get a little more understanding about, those are the big questions. Those are the ones that are going to be the reveals that answer what the show actually is and what it's about. Not a small reveal. This is going to be a big one. So this one is very, very, very interesting. I feel bad for Sarah, man. Last episode, I didn't feel in the tiniest bit that she felt Sophia was suspicious. Everybody thought, Sarah's got this sixth sense and she knows that Sophia is bad and she's just lying in wait to trip her up or whatever. She looked genuinely surprised and like delighted that Sophia chose to live with her. I think she probably was lonely being a pariah. Yeah, Sarah.
No, and that's why PM was so worried about Sarah, because she pointed out the same thing. She was like, "Oh, Sarah looks so happy to get a roommate. She looks so happy that they weren't knocking on her door to take her house away from her again. So happy that she's getting to live with someone, only for it to be freaking Sophia." So I know PM shares some similar misgivings and is a little bit worried about Sarah. I'm a little worried about Sarah too, but part of me wants to think that Sarah's sharp, Sarah's smart. Maybe the man in yellow asking to live with Sarah will end up being the man in yellow's undoing. Maybe Sarah will end up being the first one that starts noticing some red flags with her because she's spending so much time with her, maybe. So I'm starting to, I haven't given up on Sarah. I'm starting to think that maybe the man in yellow may regret their choice of living space in the long run.
Yeah. And as we see in this trailer, she's where is she getting the idea that she's going to be passing on her? I think that's Sophia. I think that's Sophia earworming her.
Me too. Yep.
Yeah. Because just out of the blue, she was never concerned about passing the voices on at any point prior.
Yeah.
So, and that might be like you say, it might draw the suspicion of Sarah if so many things happen that hadn't happened before, that only happened in the presence of Sophia or after her arrival. And I think the tooth would be, her stumbling upon the tooth would be way too on the nose. I think it'll be a lot more subtle. I think it'll be more subtle, the reveal, but I'm hoping for Sarah, and I love them as a pairing, because when she's wearing those clunky boots, Avery Conrad is 5'9" anyway, and then she gets those big old combat boots. And
she's tall. She's tall. Yeah.
Like, what, 5'9", 5'9" isn't too tall for puppetry, right?
Yeah.
Not too tall for puppetry.
Not too tall for puppets, though. Yeah.
And she's so. And I was also caught in this episode 2 or in episode 3, she is so pretty. I mean, they ug everybody up. I mean, they don't allow anybody to have makeup really. And it just cuts through, man. She's so pretty of a person. So it'll be, but it's so funny how they when they stand next to each other with Sophia being so short and uh and Sarah being so tall. But yeah, what is causing, what is causing the resurgence of the voices?
Yeah.
All of a sudden. Yeah.
I think we might even get the answer to that in this very trailer. Let me get back to the point to the shot here. But speaking of Sarah, we do hear Sarah say, she's afraid of passing this on, and like you said, she's never worried about that before. This has never been a worry for Sarah's up until this point. So clearly something happens. We've seen this shot in the main season 4 trailer, so we knew at some point Sarah was going to be hearing some voices again. But in this trailer, we see this as well. We see a shot of what looks to be Sophia, maybe in the upstairs bedroom at Sarah's, concentrating. And this could be a very deliberate misdirect, or it could be what it looks like. And the man in yellow has been behind the voices in Sarah's head the whole time. Or again, maybe they just want us to think that, and it's a giant misdirect. But knowing that Sophia is living with Sarah now, knowing that Sarah is going to start hearing these voices while Sophia is in the house, I mean, at the very least, you at least start to wonder, has the man in yellow been behind these voices the whole time? And is the man in yellow or Sophia putting these thoughts in Sarah's head that maybe she can pass this on to someone? Maybe if something happens, she can pass whatever is happening to her, where she's hearing these voices. Maybe she hears something from the voices that makes her think otherwise. It makes her think she can pass it on. And yeah, I think it's going to lead to more kind of Sarah-ness. I love Sarah. I can't get enough of Sarah scenes. I think she's one of the most amazing characters on the show. Just, seeing where the direction that her character was taking at the end of season 3, seeing her kind of step up in that moment and just straight up take out Elgin's eye, pretty much for the sole purpose, just so Boyd wouldn't have to do it. She felt like she was saving Boyd's soul in that moment. So when you see, when you think about her motives and you think about her reasoning for doing it, yeah, she took out a kid's eye. It's heinous. But when you think about her reasoning, you think about her motive for doing it, it's like she had an altruistic a reason. She had a really good reasoning for doing it. In her mind, she was saving Boyd's soul, so he wouldn't have to do something so dark. So I love the direction that they were taking Sarah's character at the end of season 3, and we haven't really got much of Sarah so far in season 4, so it's hard to know exactly where they're going to go with her this season. But again, I feel like she's not the Sarah in season 1 that was easily pushed around by these voices, that was easily manipulated by these voices. So whatever happens, whatever is getting Sarah from that point, that state of mind where she kind of conquered the voices, I guess you could say. It seems like she did anyway. So for her to get to that point, that state of mind, to this state of mind in this episode where she's like super out of it, she's super afraid that he's going to pass this on to someone, something really bad must happen to her, or whatever she's hearing in that moment must be like really bad that it really fucking sticks with her. So I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to happen with that. Are we going to see a regression of Sarah? Are we going to see Sarah start to regress back to more of the Sarah we saw at the beginning of the season? Or will she kind of overcome this as well? I think she will. I think she'll overcome it. I think she's gotten to the point where she's a lot stronger now than she was in season 1. So hopefully she'll be able to suss out that maybe this is Sophia messing with her.
Yeah, because at the end of season 3, when she did work on Elgin, like you said, she was keeping Boyd from losing his soul, and she had already reconciled herself with being the bad seed. She had already said, what I did was too bad. I'm already lost, so I may as well stay lost and do the dirty work so that other people don't get stained, so that Boyd doesn't get stained with it. And that was really the pinnacle for her. And I mean, although I loved it and I love that aspect and I love that character development in her, I was kind of concerned that she is just going to be this, go-to assassin now whenever you need somebody, because I didn't think that would have been really consistent either. I think she kind of felt that was a last resort, even for somebody who felt they were already lost. That was still a last resort for her, but she was still willing to do it. I do like this thing as that you have highlighted here. And we saw this once before when she was praying over the priest.
Yeah.
She doesn't just have immediate power. She can't just snap things into being. She has to like concentrate. Like when she told him wake up, she was praying, she was concentrating. We thought, it looked like she was praying
on his chest. Like she had to like physically make contact with him. Yeah.
Right. Wake up. Yeah. And this looked like it too. Like she has to be in a mindset, almost like casting a spell. It's not just she thinks it into being and it comes into being. It looks like whether she looks like she's praying or casting a spell or meditating or doing whatever she needs to do to manifest her power, it isn't instantaneous. It looks like she does have to focus on the target before
concentrate on what they're doing.
Yeah. So that'll be another at least explanation of the Man in Yellow / Sophia skill set. I like understanding what their powers are, what the limits of their powers are, how they come into being, all that stuff. I like the nuts and bolts aspect of it, kind of.
Yeah, no, I do too, and that's why, and we still don't. I guess we still don't really know the full extent of the Man in Yellow's powers. We don't really know what this entity is capable of. We keep seeing it pull out new fucking abilities and new tricks out of its fucking hat almost every episode, from superhuman strength when we first see him rip out Jim's throat to the way that it just popped up out of nowhere. I mean, it just literally just popped. I mean, the Man in Yellow just popped up, making a lot of people wonder if he's some kind of story walker. Does he have story walking abilities? Is that why he's able to kind of just appear like that, the way he did at the end of season 3 anyway? He kind of just appeared right where Jim and Julie were. It's not like it didn't seem like he kind of walked up from somewhere. It seemed like he just popped up. And then, of course, we see in season 4, he's got the ability to, give people seizures and while they're driving, bring people back to life. It seems like, shapeshift into other people. Like that, we're seeing more and more abilities from this Man in Yellow. So where does it end? I guess that's my question. What is the full extent of the Man in Yellow's powers? How much is this entity capable of? And are we going to see that there's more abilities that this thing's capable of that we haven't seen yet? So I guess that's my thing. What is the full extent? Because like you said, you want to know exactly the extent of a villain's abilities. If this is the main villain of the show, which the writers have indicated that this is the main villain, if this is the main villain, then you want to really nail down exactly what this character is capable of. You don't want to have it be one of those kind of things where you can just pull out abilities left and right, where we as the audience never really understand exactly what this character is capable of and what this character's limitations are. There needs to be some kind of limitations on the power. It can't just be, like you said, ultimate, infinite, unlimited. So hopefully that's something they'll kind of flesh out a little bit more as the season goes on. But yeah, as of right now, this Man in Yellow, this Woman in Yellow, Sophia, definitely seems to have an array of different abilities at their disposal that they can kind of use for whatever they fucking want, it seems.
Yeah, that sets them apart from like the monsters. We know that they have to walk. They're physical things. Boy in White, the kimono lady, those could pop in. But the kimono, like, it's almost like the kimono lady was a separate thing because other people couldn't see her. Only Elgin could see her. Boy in White, only people that they want to see can see them. Man in Yellow, it seems like, unless he wanted both Julie and Jim to see him at the same time, it seems like he is visible, but he can still. And I like your notion that he might be a story walker because he did pop in. I mean, it's almost like it feels to me like the Boy in White and the kimono lady were more like teleporting, but but rather than teleporting, I think there might be some credence to Man in Yellow being a version of a story walker, being able to insert himself into a scene where he might be just a more advanced version that Julie might eventually become, where he actually can affect the story.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's I think it's going to be interesting to see what the full extent of the Man in Yellow's capabilities really are, or if that's something that they'll ever nail down definitively. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, I think this is going to be interesting. I think some people are wondering if Sophia is causing the voices in Sarah's head. So I guess that's the question. Let me know what you guys think in the chat. Do you think that this is really Sophia? Is Sophia / the Man in Yellow? Is she the one that has been causing the voices that Sarah has been hearing from the very beginning? Or is this trailer just one giant misdirect? Is this trailer just trying to throw us off? Because we know how these From trailers, they love to throw us off from time to time, make it look like it's something when it's really something else. When you look at the trailer, it definitely looks like it could be Sophia controlling these voices. That it could be Sophia doing this to Sarah. But again, these trailers have been known to be deliberately misleading. So let me know in the chat, what do you guys think? Is Sophia causing these voices, or is it something else? The only thing that makes me wonder if it might be something else is the idea that Sarah has heard more than one voice, it seems. It doesn't seem like Sarah's just heard one voice. And it seems like at the end of season 1 in particular, Sarah might have legitimately heard the voice of Boyd's wife, Abby. Like even Sarah said, it was different this time. The voices were different this time. This time it was a woman. And they were and this voice was telling Sarah, tell Boyd I was wrong. Tell him there's worse out here than the monsters. Tell him to turn around and come back. It seemed like it was a genuine kind of warning. And of course, it also conveyed the Fish and Loaves name, which only Abby would have known. And Sarah was wondering, why did that voice call you Fish and Loaves? Why did they call you Mr. Fish and Loaves? And Boyd realizes, this might have actually been my wife that Sarah was conversing with. That's the only thing that makes me wonder, maybe it's not the Man in Yellow that has been causing all these voices, that maybe Sarah, or Sophia rather, is just taking advantage in this moment, the fact that Sarah can hear these voices. Maybe the Man in Yellow can project voices into Sarah's head, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it's been the Man in Yellow from the very beginning. The Man in Yellow could just be utilizing this to kind of hurt Sarah in this moment. Otherwise, how did Sarah seem to genuinely hear Abby? She seemed like she genuinely heard Abby in season 1, at the end of season 1. So I guess that's the only thing that gives me a little bit of pause as to whether or not Sophia has been causing it from the very beginning, or whether Sophia is just using it to her advantage against Sarah right now.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning more towards in the moment, like taking advantage of knowing that Sarah had been, and that might have been why she wanted to live with Sarah, because she knew that she was tuned into voices. She was able to pick up voices that weren't Man in Yellow voices. So maybe Sophia thought that it'll be easier to manipulate her in that form if she could cast voices too, if that's one of her abilities, which it looks like it's going to be.
Who knows? Yeah. Who knows? What if the Man in Yellow is chasing after Julie and jumping after her through time? Yeah, it looks like we're going to have some interesting story walking stuff going on. Let's get back into the trailer and we'll dissect it from the beginning and we'll go all the way through it. I'll play it one more time just in case anybody who maybe wasn't here, or maybe just in case you guys maybe want to see it again for a refresher. It's only 30 seconds long, so I will play the trailer one more time. Here is the episode 4 trailer of Myths and Monsters.
You go on this little trip, you know you may not come back, right?
That thing I carried inside me. He feels how afraid I am. He likes it.
It's nice to see you again.
Whatever's wrong with me, what if I pass it on to someone else and then the voices start torturing them?
He came in a car just like the rest of us. And when everyone died, I saw him. He was eating her.
Oof. All right, let's go from the beginning to the end. All right, now in the beginning, we see Jade and Boyd out there in the middle of the woods. It looks like Jade did indeed take the mushrooms. And if the trailer is any indication, it looks like the mushrooms might even work. It looks like it might even induce some kind of vision where it looks like he sees a younger version of himself. And it seems to be the same younger version of himself that we saw in the season 4 trailer when Jade was down in the caves. But we also hear this interesting piece of dialogue from Donna, where Donna is telling Jade, if you go on this little trip of yours, you might not come back. and Jade acknowledges the dangers. Now, I guess my question is, when Donna says, if you go on this little trip of yours, does she mean trip as in mushroom trip, or does she mean trip down the caves, Jade's trip down into the caves? Does Jade learn something from this kind of mushroom trip that he goes on that leads him to think he needs to go down into those caves to get more answers? So I guess that's my question. What exactly is Donna referring to here when she's telling Jade, if you go on this trip, you may not come back? Is she simply just referring to, if you take these mushrooms, you might not come back? Or is she referring to, if you go down into those caves, you might not come back? Or could we see Jade going into those caves in episode 4 after the mushroom trip?
Well, that I don't know. Knowing how they put these trailers together, I would have thought that they would have put something placing him in the caves, even for a split second.
And not only that, when we look at, I'm not sure if it's episode 5 or 6, but one of the episode synopsis does state that Jade and Boyd go on a mind-bending search for answers. So there is that as well. But yeah, no, I'm with you. It's I think it's a toss-up as to whether or not she's talking about the trip, the mushroom trip, or the trip to the caves.
Yeah. And I mean, I don't know. I don't really see Donna thinking that a mushroom trip would be that,
right?
That heavy of a consequence.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think we might be maybe not getting tricked, but maybe misdirected. There's a lot of misdirection.
A lot when it comes to these trailers. Tons.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yep.
They like that. They do love to misdirect us. That is for sure.
And they'll even put dialogue in, just like with the crows. After all that crow stuff happened, they had Julie saying, "Why did it feel like the crows are celebrating?" Well, that was everybody who was thinking, well, maybe the crows are good. They literally have a character saying, well, why does it feel like they're celebrating? The crows are bad. So they want the discussion drifted off in a different direction. So I think there's going to be a lot. This is going to be a good reveal episode. I think the people that were discontent with like the pieces being put into place in episode 3, I think we're going to see some of that start playing out. And we didn't even touch on Fatima and her mud pile.
We're gonna get there. Yeah, we are definitely gonna get there. It's just like you said, it's a lot of misdirect. These trailers definitely have always been known to give us a lot of very much misdirection. So yeah, when I hear that, I think it's going to be interesting to see if it's the mushroom trip, or the trip down into the caves. We shall see. But yeah, let us know what you guys think. What is going on with this episode 4 trailer? Now, up next, after that, we have a little bit more. Jade sees the younger version of himself. So yeah, we'll see where that leads. Is he going to learn something from his younger version, his younger self, that prompts him to go down into those caves? I guess we'll see. But then, as you mentioned, Ravener, we also have Fatima and this weird little mud little mound thing that she appears to be building. But even just as interesting as the mud mound itself is the actual dialogue we hear Fatima saying, which very much involves Smiley and very much involves a theory that we've had here on this channel ever since season 3 ended, which seems to be a theory that we were right about, that there is still some kind of connection between Fatima and Smiley. And I know many people had that theory, certainly not just us. When I say this channel, I mean us and everybody in the chat. I know a lot of you guys in the chat had that very same theory, that there was going to be some kind of connection still lingering between Fatima and Smiley. Well, it looks like each and every one of you were indeed correct, because the dialogue very much is interesting.
That thing I carried inside me. He feels how afraid I am. He likes it.
It's nice to see you again.
That thing I carried inside me. It feels how afraid I am, and it likes it. So clearly, like a lot of us thought, there is some kind of lingering connection there still remaining between Fatima and Smiley. And we were really hoping this was going to be the case, or at least I was very much hoping this was going to be the case. I feel like this would have been a huge missed opportunity if they didn't do this, after how well they set it up at the end of season 3, with Fatima kind of tapping into Smiley's memories in a sense. After giving birth to him, you can totally understand why there might be some kind of residual connection there between Fatima and Smiley. She literally gave birth to him at the end of the day. He came from her. So when we were looking at this mud mound, PM and I were doing some research. We were just researching mud mounds and their mystical significance and what they could be representations of and stuff like that. And we came across something called the womb of the earth, or the womb of Mother Earth. And if you saw my episode 4 trailer breakdown, then you probably already saw me kind of lay this out. But in that, after looking at this anyway, I should say, after seeing this mud mound thing that she's building, we wondered if it could be a smaller representation of that, of the womb of Mother Earth, which is said to be used in rituals as a healer, for regeneration, for cleansing, all kinds of things that they use this thing in rituals for as a representation of. So when I see that Fatima still has this connection with Smiley, and I see her potentially building something that could be a representation of the womb of the earth, it makes me wonder if she's building this thing in an attempt to try and sever the connection that she has with Smiley. It seems like that's what she wants anyway. Smiley can feel her. He can feel when she's afraid. He likes it. That is not something that she's going to want to continue to live with. So I was wondering if she's building something to help her sever that connection, and if this kind of ritualistic womb of the earth thing has natural healing properties, because it's said to represent the natural kind of maternal regenerative property of the earth. So when we were researching mud mounds, that was one of the more interesting kind of things we came across. Now, is it going to be that? Probably not. It's probably going to be something totally, completely different. But a lot of people have some very interesting theories as to what Fatima is building here, from a golem to all kinds of stuff. So I love it. I love all the theories that's coming from this, because again, this has been an interesting storyline from Fatima that we haven't really gotten a whole lot of, or at least for me anyway. I haven't been super interested with a lot of the Fatima storylines, but this is pretty interesting. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what exactly is she building here. Is she building something that might help her sever this connection, or is she building something totally different? And why is she building whatever she's building, and what is it? So let me know what you guys think in the chat. Let me know what you think, Ravener. What exactly is Fatima doing right here? What do you think she's doing here? Is she sculpting something? Is she bringing some kind of again, the golem theories have been, I've seen a lot of golem theories. I've seen a lot of theories of people thinking that she's building some sort of golem to bring to life. Straight up Frankenstein. But I don't know. I have no idea what she's building here. I have no idea what this thing is supposed to be. We just did, PM and I just did some very limited research into mud mounds and some of their mystical significance. And we just thought that whole womb of the other Mother Earth thing was kind of interesting, especially considering Fatima's womb was literally invaded by this place. That was another reason why it stood out to us. But no, I have no idea what's going on here. Who knows what the fuck is going on? That whatever is going on here, it's one of those things where all of our theories end up being just totally wrong. When we do get the reveal, it's something that none of us thought would come. Just something completely out of left field that none of us guessed. I'm hoping that's what we're dealing with here, but who knows? We've seen a wide array of different theories, so I have to imagine somebody's probably gotten it right by now.
Yeah, well, I tell you, in my notes, I literally put, "I'm holding my judgment on the dirt pile," just because I think I got the sense that it was some kind of homemade lore that they're making up. I think you're on the right track, though. I think you're definitely. I think you'll be vindicated. Yeah, she wants either to purify herself or to and by doing so sever that connection. So sever the connection with Smiley. And the one thing that bugs me so much about this is, if you were going to do something where you were harnessing the power of the earth or whatever, why hoist it 2 floors up inside a building? I mean, you would, because I kind of went back to just out of curiosity, figuring that she said that she was from Iran. I looked at if there was any Iranian or Zoroastrian like
As did we. Yeah.
relation. Okay, and there really wasn't much.
There's
I know
not
they
much
did
there.
with
Yeah.
dead bodies. They would build mounds and put the dead bodies on top of the mounds to like keep it off the ground level, basically. But not a whole lot significant beyond
Ooh,
that
that's
that I saw.
Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, and yeah, PM had an idea that it could be some kind of giant talisman or some kind of giant protection that she could potentially be building. I mean, when you look at the shape of the thing, it does, I mean, the shape and the color of it does look a lot like a talisman. So I definitely understand that. I mean, could she be building some kind of protection, some kind of protection word to protect her against this Smiley connection that she has, maybe?
Yeah, and she has her little bowl of water, her tub of water to to actually sculpt it into a shape rather than just kind of like hand forming it. So yeah,
Yep.
it'll be interesting.
It's
And
very interesting.
but
Very interesting.
the one thing that stuck in my mind though is they had Elgin hoist that cooler 2 floors up and
Yep.
build it up there. And we were I know some of the chat were laughing with me about the use of space, because she ain't even doing this in her own room. She's in a whole separate room. And
Yeah.
if I was sleeping on the stairs or people stacked on top of me or like wedged in, man, I would be so pissed. They got one room for pulling people's eyeball out, then they got a room for building a mud pile.
Yeah. They got a room for everything but what you need it for in that fucking place. But yeah, no, I like I mean, I just looking at some, again, very limited research that we did into mud mounds. We kept coming across a lot of different rituals for purification, regeneration, cleansing, renewal, all stuff like that. So maybe she's building some kind of thing that she can hope will sever that connection to Smiley. Or who knows, maybe she's building a golem like a lot of people think, or a talisman.
I hope
Or
it's just some homegrown lore, some the same way they had that goofy nursery rhyme that nobody had ever heard that didn't make sense, that everybody that happened to be so common that Bacta's grandmother told her. I think this will be another goofy homemade lore thing that explains things. And I'll just, hey, I'm here for the ride, so I'll accept it, whatever they want to say it is. I would love it. Would be funny if it was a golem. It would be funny if it's like a mega talisman. Yeah, like a small one blocks out one house. This thing block out the whole neighborhood.
That's what PM was saying. Like if this giant talisman maybe worked like on a grander scale, like a talisman to maybe protect the whole house or to protect the whole town or something crazy like that. I mean, who knows? But no, I like this idea as well from Dieter. Dieter brings up the possibility that maybe she saw something and she's trying to make what she saw. I mean, that's actually an interesting possibility when you think about it, because when you think about everything that Fatima saw, it seems like there was, again, purposely they were making it very clear to us as the audience that there are still some things that she doesn't remember, like, for instance, what exactly it was that made this deal with the parents. So yeah, what if there's other stuff that she hasn't remembered? What if she's slowly starting to remember more stuff? Or what if she's slowly starting to see what she saw that night in a clearer picture? And yeah, what if she learned something? What if she learned something through her connection with Smiley? And yeah, she's building something based on what she learned. I think that's a possibility as well. I like that theory.
Well, there might be something inside it. They might be like an egg, and they should put something. Might be like a king cake that they have at like Mardi Gras or something. There, who knows?
maybe. But yeah, this is definitely one of those weird things where Millie, who knows what the fuck she's doing, but it definitely has sprung a lot of interesting theories, if nothing else.
Yeah.
If nothing else, it's sprung a lot of theories.
And I think they'll pay it off. I don't think they're going to let it linger too long, because it's not one of those. Yeah. What might it be? What is this strange thing? I don't think they're gonna. I think they'll pretty flat out say it. They may resolve it in this scene. Boyd might be there. What the hell? What the hell is this?
Yeah. I guess we'll see.
And there'd be no real reason for her to keep it a secret either. I mean,
yeah, and that's the thing. She seemed like she was kind of keeping, like, just based on that one little scene we get at the end of episode 3 anyway, it seemed like she was kind of being a little bit secretive about it. Like, she's knocking on the door and she's like, Elgin, it's me. But then here we see in the episode 4 trailer, she's showing Ellis and Boyd. So she certainly doesn't keep it a secret for very long. Because she does end up showing them. Because because I believe Ellis is in the room here as well. Go back here and see.
And whatever information
inside me.
Oh, Kenny. Okay, Boyd and Kenny. Okay, so yeah, she is keeping. Yeah, maybe she is keeping it secret from Ellis, and maybe this is something she's only bringing Boyd and Kenny in on. Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. Why not tell Ellis? Why keep this secret from Ellis? That's a good point. Anything for freedom. For some reason, Ellis was in this room, but it's Kenny, not Ellis. Yeah, why keep it from Ellis? What exactly is she doing here? Very good point.
Yeah, which would explain why she doesn't put it in her room, why she didn't do it in her room. Yeah, that's very interesting.
It's a fucking xenomorph, yeah. It's a fucking xeno. It's a queen xenomorph egg. Yeah, maybe.
So yeah, another good reveal. Yeah, it'll be another good reveal. So we'll find some of Jade's past. We'll find some of Fatima's, the extent maybe of her connection with Smiley as she's explaining.
How far does it go?
Yeah, because this is just a tiny sliver. This is just a sliver of this scene. Yeah.
Exactly, and that's why they like to do it like that. They like to give us these little slithers of these scenes, and you think you can kind of paint a full picture on what the scene's going to look like, and then it looks totally different. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what exactly is going on here. I don't know, but looking forward to it. Very much looking forward to it. But yeah, we shall see. We shall see. And when it comes to Smiley, maybe we will finally get our first appearance of Smiley in episode 4. We still haven't really. I mean, yes, we saw him in episode 1 when he's all kind of bloodied up and he's throwing on his clothes here, this scene here. But we haven't really seen Smiley. I want to see Smiley proper. So maybe we'll get our first real glimpse of Smiley in episode 4 as well. Maybe. But yeah, whatever connection's going on between her and Fatima, is there some kind of way that she can potentially use it to their advantage at some point? And maybe she already is. Maybe whatever she's building, like Dieter brought up, maybe whatever she's building is something that she believes she can use to their advantage against them. So I guess we'll see.
Okay, yeah. Because I mean, anybody who's in a situation like that, I mean, as far as a character, I could definitely see her making that switch from like refusing to be a victim any longer and using, if that connection is making her feel so terrible, she wants to flip the script and like use it to her advantage in some way. So if they can't break if the connection's there and she can't do anything about it, put it to use at least
put it to use. Like if it's not something they can sever, if it's something that if it's just something that they just don't know how to deal with it now, then at the very least, see if you can use this to your advantage. I mean, this might be your only way of getting some real intel on these monsters. Hell, they got their first real intel because of this connection. It was because of this connection that they learned about the monsters, that they learned that they were human at one point, that they learned they sacrificed their own children. So I have to imagine that there's going to be some other kind of way that she can utilize this connection that she has to Smiley. Because again, Fatima says Smiley can feel her pain, but Fatima also says that he likes her pain, which means not only can he feel her, but she can feel him to a certain extent as well. If she can tell when he's happy, if she can tell he's enjoying her pain, then she can feel him as well. It's a two-way street, it seems. So maybe that's something she can learn to kind of harness and use to her advantage, maybe. Maybe. The son of Smiley. Or the mom of Smiley, I guess you could say. It's a marriage. It's going to take more than a rage room to forgive her husband and include him, even though she's okay with him. It could be that as well. I mean, we saw that in episode 1. Fatima was very distraught. She tried telling everybody what the heck was going on. Nobody would listen to her. So maybe there's a reason she's not bringing Ellis in already. Maybe she, and I think some people were bringing that up the other week as well, that if Fatima learns a little bit more, maybe she's not going to be super quick to kind of just come out with it because she might be afraid that Ellis just won't believe her. So maybe that's the case. Maybe she's not bringing Ellis in on whatever she's doing there because she maybe thinks Ellis isn't ready for it. She thinks Ellis maybe won't believe her again. I don't know. But we shall see. We shall see. Not to change subject, but what does the reference to the spider mean in that the riddle about the Lake of Tears? Well, in the riddle about the Lake of Tears, it ends with like this big giant spider kind of descending down on the Lake of Tears. And when you look at a lot of the drawings for the Lake of Tears, like there's a few different pictures that we've seen throughout the show, throughout the seasons, through a few different depictions of the Lake of Tears, and just about all of them show the Lake of Tears with a giant spider hanging over the lake. So a lot of people assume that the giant spider has something to do with the Lake of Tears. That's pretty much where it originates anyway. What it really means, we have no idea. Again, there's a lot of good theories out there, a lot of really good theories. But in terms of what does it mean, what does the spider have to do with any of this, we don't know anything definitively yet. Nothing definitive. But I don't know. I don't know. Again, I'm still 50-50 on the whole giant spider thing. I don't know if I want to see a giant spider on From. But then again, heading into season 4, seeing how we seem to be heading more and more into that kind of dark fantasy territory with living scarecrows and all of this other stuff. Now a giant spider doesn't seem so much out of the, out beyond the thought of possibility, I guess. It doesn't seem too unheard of now, I guess, after everything we've seen. So who knows? Maybe we'll get a giant spider. I know a lot of people want a giant spider.
Yeah.
Around that as well. Anything for freedom, like a literal giant spider. It's just, we've just seen it before. I guess my thing is, the only thing for me, when I look at From, I see, and this is one of the reasons why I love the show. I love the characters. Like, the characters are the reason why I keep coming back. I don't keep coming back for the mystery. The mystery is interesting too, don't get me wrong, but I keep coming back for the characters. But one thing that I have enjoyed about the show is the horror elements have been pretty sophisticated up until this point. You look at season 1, season 2, season 3, the horror elements, the monsters, the way that they crafted these monsters, like, this is very sophisticated horror. And I guess I just don't want, From's been unique in that aspect. And I guess I just don't want to see From start to throw just normal everyday horror things into the show when it's been so unique and it's been so different up until this point. I guess I just, we've seen giant spiders, even with the shape-shifting thing, I wasn't like super happy about. It'll be interesting to see where it goes, but it's like, one thing From's been great about is showing us very interesting horror aspects that we haven't seen anywhere else before in other shows, other films. Like, it's really, really been very interesting in terms of creativity. And that's where I was really hoping the show was going to continue to go. And I'm sure it will. I mean, again, the show is incredibly creative. But yeah, when it comes to things like giant spiders and stuff, it's not stuff that I really want to see on the show. But if they do stuff like that, I imagine they're going to do it in an interesting way, if nothing else. But yeah, I love how the horror has been very unique. The horror has been very sophisticated up until this point, and I would hate to see them kind of turn at the end, just start throwing like average everyday horror tropes into the show, because they've done such a good job avoiding that up until now, I guess.
So you think they basically just played on arachnophobia for a brief moment in, was it season 2 with the tent? We had the webs, we had the spiders crawling on Boyd and giving him the bite, and then just be done with it. I was wondering, I was wondering also, just because there's a bunch of little spiders doesn't mean that there's a big spider.
That's been my kind of thing. We've seen the spiders on the show already. Maybe all the spider drawings that we've seen in the show were just reference to the spiders that we've already seen. But then again, I can't, I can't just ignore all of those writings and how all of those drawings, and they do kind of foreshadow a giant spider. I see what a lot of people are pointing out when they point that out. There is a lot of stuff that are pointing people in that direction. But I guess my thing is, One thing that I don't really want to see is like our main villains become too similar to other characters, and that's why that's why I really don't want to see the Man in Yellow, I guess, turn into a giant spider. As interesting as that could be, that really is just taking that straight out of the character of Pennywise, the character of It, and throwing it here on the show. If anything, I'm really hoping that the Man in Yellow is going to be a little bit of a different villain than we've seen before. I don't want the Man in Yellow to be too similar to Pennywise. He's already too similar to Pennywise, just with the shape-shifting aspect alone. It's already very close to Pennywise. But if we find out that the Man in Yellow's like true form is also a spider, just like Pennywise, it's just too close to Pennywise for me, I guess. At that point, I was really hoping that the Man in Yellow would be something else, something different, something new, something we haven't seen before, not just like a recycled version of Pennywise. And again, them both being shapeshifters doesn't make him that. But if they start going down the same road as Pennywise did, because for those who don't know, Pennywise's real main form is the Deadlights, but his physical form, the closest form that he has to a physical form, is a giant spider-like form. Like that is the closest physical form that Pennywise has, this giant spider-like form. And we see Pennywise turn into a giant spider in all of the films and all of the TV shows. So I guess that's one thing I don't really want the Man in Yellow to be. I want the Man in Yellow to be a little bit different from Pennywise. I feel like he's already too similar to Pennywise as it is. I'm hoping that they'll make the rest of this villain a lot different from Pennywise. And I guess maybe that's why I want them to kind of stay away from the spider stuff. But maybe that's just a personal preference of mine.
And we'll see where the CGI budget goes, because a giant spider is going to be, they're already splashing the cash on creepy Kool-Aid Man scarecrows.
Yeah.
It's still to come. Do you think that'll be next episode, the Kool-Aid Man?
I don't think so. I have to just based on the synopsis that they released, I believe that's 5 or 6. I think. Okay. I think it's 5 or 6. I could be wrong though. I haven't looked at those synopses in a while. I've tried to actually kind of put them out of my head. I've tried to kind of forget them. But there's some things, as someone who covers the show, there's some things that we have to read. There's some things that we have to watch. There's some things that we have to see, to do videos on them, and to stream about them, and to cover them. But yeah, like just the pure fan in me, like I kind of want to just forget about those synopses. Now that I've covered them, I just want to forget about them. I don't even want to remember them. Right. But yeah, and Ty says, yeah, I doubt they'll do a big goofy spider. Who knows what they're gonna do at this point? I really, who knows? I have no idea what they're gonna do. But yeah, again, the horror has been really sophisticated up until this point. I would love for them to kind of keep that same feeling for the end of the show as well. But not to saying a giant spider isn't sophisticated or anything like that, but it's just something we've seen a million times before, and one thing I've really liked about From is they're showing us a lot of stuff we haven't seen before. So I guess I want them to kind of keep that going.
Yeah. It's easy. Like everybody has a baseline, or, disdain or whatever, distaste for spiders. Kind of the way they leaned on how creepy and weird cicadas are.
That was good though. I see the cicada thing I actually liked, because you don't see a whole lot of cicadas as villains in stories, at least not traditionally. you don't see a whole lot of cicada entities infesting people and possessing people and just running amok on town. And that's what I love about the first few seasons of From. That's what I love about From in general. It's what I love about this show, is that the horror has been so interesting. They've been showing us new creatures, new things that we haven't seen before, like a cicada monster, a cicada entity. Right. We haven't seen that before. Like that was completely new. So that's what I love. I love how the horror has been very fresh and original and creative.
Yeah. They're gross. They're gross when you see them wherever you see them, and then crawling out. See that, and that's my thing. I'll live and let live with almost any animal, but once they're crawling your mouth, that's when the non-aggression pact is ended.
Yeah.
I did
And
not.
again, David brings up, the point that we've been trying to hammer home from the very beginning. At the end of the day, this is why the characters are the most important part of the show. Absolutely. Again, the mystery's fun. Like, I get why the mystery is a huge draw. I know a lot of people are watching the show for the mystery, and that's totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But yeah, for me, like, I always have to kind of remind myself, and not really remind myself, I kind of always know, it's always in the back of my mind, but the real point is the characters and the journeys that they are going on and what we can learn from these journeys, or at least that's what I take away from a lot of the shows that I watch. When I'm watching shows, yes, I'm watching them for the entertainment value because it's fun, but I'm also watching hoping that I can learn something. If I can learn a little something new about life, or if I can get like maybe a different perspective on something that I always had one perspective on, then that's growth. That's individual growth that I'm getting while I'm watching a show that I really like. So that's kind of what I always do, at least when I'm watching shows like this, like From, that are heavily kind of steeped in mysteries. I have to always kind of remember the core of the show. What really matters isn't so much the mystery, it's the characters and what journey they're going on, and what we as an audience can learn from their journeys. And I think a show like From in particular can teach you quite a lot about, things like trauma, how to deal with trauma, how to deal with grief, how to deal with loss, isolation, loneliness. Like, this show dives right at the heart of all of those issues. So yeah, it's very fun, it's very entertaining, and it very much is my escapism, for the most part. But that, there's also things you can learn from shows like this as well that you can apply to everyday life. Oh, I think we lost Ravener. But let's continue the trailer. Up next, we have, we talked a little bit about the Sarah scene, but we'll play it again just in case anyone hasn't seen it.
Whatever's wrong with me, what if I pass it on to someone else and then the voices start torturing them?
Whatever's wrong with me, what if I pass it on to someone else and it starts torturing them? So clearly Sarah must hear something at some point in episode 4 that gives her some kind of fear that she could pass this on to someone else. Because again, like we were stating earlier, that's not a fear Sarah has ever had. Sarah's never been worried whether or not she could pass this on to anyone. That's never entered her mind. So something must happen. The voices must say something, or something happens, or maybe Sophia says something to her that gets that in her mind, that plants that seed of doubt into her head, where she starts to wonder, holy shit, could I pass this on to someone else? So that'll be fun. That'll be fun to see how Sarah's going to react to that. But even more intriguing here is it looks like episode 4 is going to be the episode where we find out whatever the heck is in this pool. This has been something that we've been wondering since the very beginning. I mean, the first 30-second teaser for season 4 that they released was a shot of all of our characters walking up towards the pool and looking inside. And we've been wondering what exactly is in this pool. There's been a lot of different theories. A lot of people thought Jim's body was going to get found in the pool. Now that we're 4 episodes in and Jim's body's already been found, it looks like that's not going to be the case. So I guess now that we are 3 episodes in, now that we've already seen how the show has begun, and now that we are getting this pool scene in episode 4, what do you guys think? Everybody in the chat, and you as well, Ravener, if you're back.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of this scene? What do you think could possibly be in the pool? I know we don't really have much to go on. We're kind of just throwing shit at the wall and hoping that it sticks here at this point. There hasn't really been any indication as to what's in the pool. It's kind of just guessing at this point. But based on some of the stuff we've seen on the show, based on where the story is going, do you have any theory as to what you think might be in the pool here? And you guys as well, what think's in the pool?
Early on, I would have said that somebody tried to do a Dale and tried to go through the faraway tree without, without the boy in white's permission. But we haven't seen any indication of anybody getting froggy like that and thinking about doing something like that. What could be? I mean, that would solve, or not solve. It would reveal, some data points that maybe the wall of the pool, the edge of the pool would be the default exit point for people doing that. I mean, if a second person tried going through, but we have nothing to indicate that it is that.
The only thing that makes me indicate that thinks that you might be onto something, because I was wondering the same, that maybe this is the default spit out point for anyone that uses the tree, that the boy in white doesn't that the boy in white doesn't kind of sanction. But now that we get that scene in episode 3 where Tabitha asks the boy in white, if I go back into this tree again, will it take me to the tower again? And the boy in white says, I don't think so. He doesn't think it'll work this time. And we know that things are changing now. We know the boy in white is physically aging and getting older. And I'm thinking that the boy in white doesn't have the same control over the faraway trees that he used to, where he used to be able to maybe send people to certain places, or where he used to be able to maybe predict where people were going to go. It doesn't seem like he has that same ability anymore. Maybe the boy in white has lost a little bit of his ability to guide people safely through the tree. And yeah, maybe we see someone use the tree in episode 4 and they end up right next to fucking Dale. That's the default spot for people that use the tree that didn't get help from the boy in white, now that he can't help them there anymore.
Yeah, with so much going on, though, do you think they'll just have a random colony house?
Exactly. There would have to there would have to be a very specific circumstance of events that led one of our characters to one of these trees and gave them the urgency to step inside. What could even happen story-wise that could get one of our characters there is a good question. I don't know. Yeah.
Do you think how do you think that Acosta and her little detective adventure is going to pan out? That was weird to me.
Now, PM and I had a really good theory on this. Well, it was PM's theory that I added on to, I guess I should say.
Okay.
The resurrection of Dale, maybe. I mean, who fucking knows?
Oh,
maybe resurrection of fucking Dale. Like,
he's alive and yelling again. That would be
alive and that would be so horrible if they all of a sudden just started hearing like some moaning coming from under those bricks. Because Donna bricked him up. Donna fucking bricked his ass up and fucking shut him in. Imagine all of a sudden someone walks by, they just like hear some fucking moaning coming from the fucking
Oh my gosh.
and they gotta break him down, and fucking Dale's just like still that would be tragic, man. That'd be fucking tragic. But yeah, no, in terms of Acosta though, PM and I were talking the other night about Acosta potentially being, and Ty's looks like Ty's on a similar direction as well, about Acosta potentially being the Lonely Dragon. Now we see that Acosta gets handed this task to go into the basement of Colony House and sift through all this stuff that they thought was meaningless, all this stuff that nobody else wanted. Because we hear from Boyd in episode 3 that they have different storage rooms like this all over the place. But this one here in Colony House seemed to be the one where everything went, the stuff that nobody wanted, pretty much. The undesirable shit, the stuff that wasn't valuable, all seemingly went here. Where the other storage room kept more practical stuff, it seems. Now, we hear a story from Ethan at the beginning of the series about the Lonely Dragon and how about how, this Lonely Dragon and what was it? Oh, the map, the map to the rainbow sky, the Lonely Dragon and the map to the rainbow sky. We hear this story from Ethan early on in season 1, and he's talking about how the Lonely Dragon comes across this stuff where everyone else thought it was junk, but to the Lonely Dragon, it was treasure. So I thought that was, PM brought up an interesting idea that maybe Acosta could be the Lonely Dragon. Here we see Boyd throwing Acosta into this kind of this dungeon with a bunch of stuff that is seemingly useless, seemingly has no valuable. But what if Acosta comes across something that is valuable? What if Acosta comes across something very valuable that could potentially blow open the Man in Yellow's cover? Like an old yearbook from the 70s that had a girl that looked like Sophia inside of it, for instance, was the reason we were going with. And I just thought that could be a very interesting outcome. We've been wondering who this Lonely Dragon was from the very beginning. A lot of people thought it was Sarah. A lot of people thought it was Victor. Victor is very much hoarding a bunch of stuff.
Tian Chen.
Tian Chen. She was also a good candidate for the Lonely Dragon. There was a lot of good candidates for the Lonely Dragon. I think we have another good candidate. I think Acosta is now another good candidate. Again, PM kind of convinced me that Acosta might find something down there in that basement that might be useful to exposing Sophia or something else. Now, I added onto it with my own take where what if Acosta finds something down in there, like some kind of map? And again, we have the whole finding the map to the rainbow sky. At one point, we have one trailer that shows Boyd grabbing a sledgehammer, going down into that basement, and looks like he's breaking down one of the walls. What if Acosta finds something down in that basement, some kind of map that points Boyd in the direction to finding some kind of cave, some kind of hidden cave? Because why is Boyd knocking this wall down? Why is he knocking this wall down underground? What exactly is he hoping to find on the other side? Unless Acosta finds something in that basement of Colony House that leads Boyd to breaking down that wall and leads Boyd to finding something potentially valuable. I don't know. But we were playing with that idea of Acosta potentially being another candidate to be the Lonely Dragon now.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, it could be.
And knowledge comes at a cost. And remember what we were saying. Remember what we were saying at the beginning of the series. Acosta. Is that just a coincidence, or is there something a little bit more there? I don't know.
Yeah, because it is a weird way to phrase it. Yeah.
Yeah, Boyd remembered he was John Wick. maybe. But I thought that could be an interesting kind of domino effect, an interesting case of events where, Acosta gets thrown into this basement and seemingly full of just worthless shit, but ends up finding something really valuable amongst all of it that could either point to maybe Sophia's cover getting blown, or again could lead Boyd to smashing that wall down because he thinks he's going to find something. I don't know.
Could be a blueprint. Yeah, as simple as a blueprint of Colony House.
Original blueprint to Colony House, maybe, that shows walls that have been, passages that have maybe been walled off or something. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Interesting. Wow. Yeah, that'll be a good payoff.
No.
But yeah, so what's in the pool? Do not know.
Yeah. But in terms of what's in the pool, I don't. Who knows? Yeah. Again, we just don't really have anything to go on when it comes to the pool. Like when it comes to this scene, when we look at all the trailers and when we look at all of the promotional material, there hasn't really been any shots that show the inside of the pool or even come even close to showing the inside of the pool. So we just don't really have anything to go on, really. There's nothing to really point us in a accurate direction where we can guess, oh, that's in the pool. Because
even their reactions are kind of like they're concerned or like it's not a good reaction, but it's also not like abject horror.
Maybe someone used that one bullet there. I mean, maybe that's a possibility. I mean, we're getting to the end of the story. Things are starting to get a lot worse in Fromville. We're seeing now even Sophia's in there trying to, turn people against each other. Yeah, could we start to see people start to off themselves? Maybe.
But they still have more bullets than they have weapons. They have kind of controlled the people who get access to the weapons. Acosta would have been one of the only ones who would benefit from that because she already had she got to keep her gun. She got the Barney Fife treatment. She gets to keep her gun
without the bullets. Yeah. Very true. We got Katrina Marie for $4.99. Thank you so much, Katrina Marie, for another $4.99. Very, very much appreciate that. Hold on, let me get this settled here. Thank you so much, Katrina Marie, for the $4.99. If the man in yellow feeds on the dead, Dale is the only somewhat accessible corpse in town. Sophia could be removing rocks to get a taste. I mean, maybe. Who knows? Who knows? But yes, moving on from this Sarah thing, not really knowing what's going to be in the pool, but again, a lot of good guesses. If nothing else, we have no idea what's really going to be there, but a lot of interesting guesses. But as we move on, yes, it looks like we have found out, or at least we have the revelation that the man in yellow is snacking on humans. So again, pretty interesting reveal. I mean, we hear this, not only see this through Julie's story walking, which seems to be happening in episode 4, but we also hear it from Victor as well. Victor says in the trailer that the morning of the massacre, he found the man in yellow eating a body, eating people. But what's even more interesting was how Victor stated that the man in yellow arrived in a car like everyone else. So it looks like this undercover routine that he's doing with Sophia might be something that he does at the end of every cycle. Maybe every cycle towards the end, he, disguises himself as just a resident in Fromville so he can do his favorite part, his quote unquote favorite part, which is get the town to turn on one another. And the best way to do that is to be living amongst them, where you can kind of spread all of that kind of, mistrust, spread all those seeds of doubt, spread all that discourse. So it looks like maybe that is what Victor was maybe referring to here, because Victor does say that he arrived in a car like everyone else. So it looks like maybe this is something the man in yellow does every cycle, where he just kind of goes undercover in town like he's just another resident and kind of slowly plants the seeds of distrust among the residents.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. And this leads me to my theory. I just kind of reminded me of my theory. I had avoided it because I had to put it in the spoiler section because it did seem kind of spoilery.
Mm-hmm.
But if the man in yellow is participating in the 78 massacre, that kind of made me think about that he might have taken the form of Christopher, if not like all the time. I mean, I don't think he was Christopher all the time, but I think he might have taken the form of Christopher for a while, which is why Miranda told Victor hide somewhere that Christopher doesn't know. And that leads me that.
Okay.
So yeah. Christopher, man in yellow in the form of Christopher, lurked in town long enough to know where their hiding places were. Because my question was always, why was everybody out of their hiding places at night? Well, I think, and I thought maybe Christopher got co-opted mentally, so that he kind of ratted the people out. But I don't think that's the case now. I think that people just literally told what they thought was Christopher, which is the man in yellow in the form of Christopher, where the hiding places were. And that's why everybody's out in the open the night of the massacre, because they got flushed out. They got flushed out of their hiding places into the open, and then they were just sitting ducks for the monsters. So
sitting ducks, because when we see, like you said, it seems like none of them are in their hiding spots, because we don't just see bodies spread all over the street. Bodies are spread as far as Colony House. There's bodies spread as far as the root cellar. Like when Victor emerges from the root cellar the next morning, 2 feet away from him are multiple bodies just scattered all over the place, multiple body parts. So this looked like it was a slaughter that took place everywhere, the whole fucking town. So yeah, that does start to look a little bit more like their hiding spots were flushed out.
Yeah, and that was the biggest question. I was thinking about, well, maybe there was an eclipse where it became dark for a certain amount of time and they caught people out in the open.
Dark during the day, super fast.
Eclipses don't work that fast. Yeah, I mean, eclipses are slow, and I'm like, I never could suss that out. But then when now that there's a shapeshifter and that emphasis, hide somewhere that Christopher doesn't know, what Miranda told Victor, I was like, man, it kind of all started clicking together. Now we'll see if it pans out. We'll see if this is actually, that might be the first time I've ever made a theory that actually was true. that came to me.
No, I know you've gotten a few right.
The pieces are coming together. I mean, the pieces on this one seem to fit. Again, like all my theories, given what we know at this exact moment. Now, as of midnight Saturday, it may be completely on its end. I mean, I could be completely wrong.
Hey, and that's what happens. That's what happens with. I found that's what happens with a lot of theories. You're very confident going into one episode, and then an episode hits, and then it's like, okay, now I got to throw that theory out and
exactly.
let's redirect. But that's what's fun. That's what's fun about the show. Seeing. For me, I have the most fun when half of my theories are right and half of my theories are wrong. That's when I have the most fun. Like just purely as a fan. It's fun to get a few right every once in a while, but it's fun getting some wrong every once in a while, because it challenges you. It challenges you to think again, to rethink, okay, where should I go with it this time? So that's when I'm having the most fun as a fan, when I'm getting half right and half wrong.
Yeah. This is the first time I actually felt confident enough to actually type it into like the spoiler section. I didn't know if it would be a theory, like a tinfoil theory section or the spoiler section. So I did put it in the Discord. But this one, and this isn't yet another instance then of Victor misseeing
Yes, that's exactly what we were talking. I mean, talked a little bit about this in my episode 4 trailer breakdown, but yes, we were wondering this exact same thing. If Victor is now having this memory of seeing the man in yellow snacking on people. Now, again, this isn't the night of the massacre. This is the morning after the massacre, when it's already light, when the monsters are gone, and Victor is supposed to be strolling down that street anytime. Yes, that is the same question PM and I had, Ravener. Is Victor misremembering seeing the boy in white in the middle of that street? Because we have seen instances on the show where that's very much been the case. Victor thought a damn puppet was fucking talking to Christopher for a while. He literally thought it was a puppet talking to him, only to finally remember, oh shit, that wasn't a puppet. That was actually the boy in white. Could we be seeing something similar here? Could Victor's mind have been so traumatized after seeing what he saw? I mean, he's seeing what he thinks is a human eating another human. I mean, he doesn't know what this yellow suit person is. This yellow suit person showed up in a car like everyone else. So Victor sees this and he's thinking, why is a human eating another human? I would imagine is what he's probably thinking initially anyway. Right. So yeah, maybe it's one of those things where Victor's mind was so traumatized by this, where in his mind, in his subconscious, he replaced the man in yellow with the boy in white. And this is what the real memory was.
Yeah, and that might be why he said, I told myself it wasn't true. When he was having his meltdown. And again, the man in yellow here is doing this he's not doing this for Victor's benefit. I assume that he thought that everybody in the town is dead. So I think he's just going around eating whoever he wants to eat, because that's what he does. I don't think he's doing it for the benefit of anybody.
This also brought up the question that we were also asking as well. Does this solve the question of what exactly do the monsters do with the organs? I mean, we've been wondering from the very beginning. We see what these monsters do to their victims. When they're done with their victims, the organs are picked clean, like to the fucking bone. They are picked clean. Yet we never see a bunch of blood all over the monster's face or anything. Like, we never actually see an indication that the monsters themselves are eating people. But I guess that's the question. Are the monsters eating organs and the man in yellow is? Or are the monsters bringing these organs to the man in yellow for him to eat? Or is this just one big smorgasbord where everyone eats freaking organs, the monsters and the man in yellow?
Oh, yeah. Because, Jasmine had that little drop of blood, but yeah, she wasn't completely smeared, right? I think they used their teeth.
Well, no, that was after she ripped out his tongue with her.
Yeah.
So, yeah, she had a little blood on her mouth after that. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
But we never actually see the monsters eating people. We see them clawing people up. We see them torturing people, but we've never actually seen the monsters eating anyone.
True.
I always just assumed they did. I mean, maybe I just always assumed it's one of those things that they really don't have to show us. I mean, we see what happens to the monsters. We see their insides are picked clean. We know the monsters are the ones doing this. So I always just assume the monsters are just eating the organs, most likely. The simplest answer is probably the right one. But maybe the man in yellow is eating them as well. Or maybe he's been eating them the whole time.
It could be, yeah. I mean, have we seen like somebody down where the monsters are gathered around? I mean, I'm trying to think, because I'm getting like various zombie movies mixed up in my mind with this, and I mean,
with these?
with From. I don't think we've seen it where the monsters gather around one lone body. Now we've seen
devour someone. No,
we've seen the aftermath.
The only thing we've seen is something close to that is at the very beginning of the series, when they put Frank in the box and we see a bunch of monsters just descend into the box, and it looks like they start ripping Frank apart, but then it just cuts to black. We don't actually see the deed. We just see the walls in the box break, the monsters breach, and then it ends.
Yeah, and even with the Pratt family, the viscera and stuff was spread all over the place, but yeah, most of the organs compared, the amount of stuff for the organs were gone out of the body. And their trademark is like the rib cage split open. I love that imagery. Or
very signature imagery, right? Again, the creativity of the horror has been so good on this show up until this point. Like, these monsters have their own calling card, in a good one.
Absolutely, absolutely. So yeah, that leads me to think, what? Oh, and yeah, again, we're seeing the
And they're
tiniest
always
sliver.
clean. They're always clean too. Like there's never blood on any of these monsters. Like you'd think if they're snacking on organs, we'd see them covered in blood a little bit more. Because the body's completely empty. So that's always been a question, I guess, among the fandom: are the monsters eating the organs?
Yeah, I remember. I mean, it even led people to think, and I mean, I wasn't completely against it. The idea that there might be some kind of a glamour or uh, a way that they are always appearing clean. Even when, which
And
is
then we see
related to
that
how they
one
change forms.
until we see that one smear blood on his own freaking suit, and it stays there for like 3 episodes before it disappears.
Yeah. So what we're seeing of this scene will be so interesting when Victor's out in the road and he pops up. I would love to see this next line, what the man in yellow says to Victor, because right now, I what I'm assuming from what we're seeing here is man in yellow is just chowing down on the results of the overnight massacre after all the townsfolk have been flushed out of their hiding places. He doesn't know that Victor's survived it. So Victor showing up will be a surprise to him too. I'd love to see how Doug plays this one, how menacing and cheeky and nasty he manages to deliver his line here. Because I have a feeling it'll be a good one.
I have a feeling it'll be pretty interesting. Again, this whole scene will be very interesting. And we ask, how did Victor survive? How come Victor didn't get eaten along with everybody else? If Victor is showing up here the next morning, then how come he survived? What happened? Now, we do know that Julie is going to be story walking to this moment. We saw that in the trailer. She shows up, she's story walking, she sees the man in yellow snacking on a corpse, and she turns around and runs away. Could Julie story walking and showing up at that right perfect moment be the reason why Victor survives? Could she have inadvertently saved Victor by showing up right at that moment, distracting the man in yellow, and maybe he doesn't see Victor? Or is there a possibility that Victor just hasn't even emerged from the root cellar yet? Is it one of those things where by the time Victor comes out of the root cellar, the man in yellow and Julie are both already gone, and he really did see the boy in white in the middle of the street? Or or is it one of those things where Victor is misremembering? He, in his mind, he thinks he saw the boy in white in the middle of the street when it was really the man in yellow snacking on a corpse. I guess that's the question. We need that continuity kind of cleaned up a little bit, and I'm sure we'll get the answer in episode 4.
Yeah, because he also sees the boy in white riding the
Ferris, riding the little swing there.
So yep. Man, so this will be I think we're gonna get a lot of good stuff in this.
I think we're gonna get some good stuff in this one. I think episode 4 is gonna be a freaking good one, man. I really do. I think this is things like you said. I think it's gonna give us some answers, but I think it just looks like it's gonna be the episode that kicks things up a notch, just based on the tone of the trailer, based on everything that they show in the trailer. Looks like episode 4 is gonna be a big one.
Yep. And maybe not super action packed, but a lot of small reveals and a lot of progressing. And then, of course, I think by number 5, they'll be mid season, and if that's the one where they get the Kool-Aid Man, then we'll get our scares, we'll get our shocks. I don't know. I mean, I'm like you, except since I don't have to analyze. I mean, I only have to do it week by week. I did read the synopses early on, but my brain did not retain any of them in relation to.
I'm thinking back now, and just based on the synopsis, now I believe I remember which episode the Kool-Aid, the demonic Kool-Aid Man happens. I don't think it's this one, but we'll see. We shall see. But we also got this new shot, this new photo that they just released of everybody looking in the pool. And, they're looking very, you see the look on Christy's face. It's almost like she's like kind of puzzled by what they're looking at, So like you said, it doesn't just outright give you that look of like horror and dread that what they're seeing is like something so horrible. That look on Christy's face looks more like, huh? What am I fucking seeing? Type look. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, what the fuck is in this pool? I don't know. You guys' guess is as good as mine, but
maybe they did. I mean, honestly, I mean, given that kind of a look, and it, they very well may have exhumed Dale. He not alive and screaming. They may have just defiled his corpse or something.
Maybe
that's the kind of look you get.
But looking where Christy's looking, it almost looks like she's looking in the middle of the pool. Dale's buried all the way to the end, so Dale would be off to this side over here. Excuse me. Dale would be off over here. Like if they were looking at Dale would be in this direction down here at the other end of the pool. It almost looks like they're looking straight down in the middle of the pool, which makes me think it's probably not Dale. Again, unless Dale's been moved, like you said.
It's a very effective trailer then, because it's got us asking a lot of questions about it. Very narrow range questions about what exactly is happening exactly here in this exact episode. Very cool.
Very, very interesting indeed. But I like this as well. Like we were talking a little bit about earlier about Victor kind of maybe potentially misremembering. And Real Cinema Therapy for $5. Thank you so much, Real Cinema Therapy. Very, very much appreciate that. I have said this in my video that Victor was so traumatized that he created the boy in white to protect him. I think the boy in white was an imaginary friend that he made reality. Now, I think that's an interesting idea as well. I've always liked the idea of some of the stuff being in Victor's head. I remember during season 1 and season 2, a lot of those theories were really, really popular. Of this whole thing, everything we're seeing in Fromville, all kind of coming from Victor's mind that he dreamed or this is one of his nightmares. And I always thought that was interesting. And I mean, we've kind of gotten a little more information since then, at least from the creators, that they have confirmed that it's not a dream and it's not purgatory. So that is good. But one thing is definitely for sure. Victor is very traumatized. You are 100% right about that. Victor has been through so much that, yeah, I could totally see him just inventing this imaginary friend, just to protect himself as a self-defense mechanism. I mean, he's a 10-year-old kid stuck here alone. His family have just been killed, and not just killed in a manner where he himself feels responsible for his family dying, that he didn't do enough to stop Eloise, that he didn't do enough to stop his mother, that he's the one who gave his mother this information. That's the reason why she went off in the first place. So he's dealing with all this guilt and trauma and everything. He's messed up. So yeah, I could totally see that being a possibility where Victor maybe just created the boy in white as an imaginary friend, and then slowly over time, Fromville manifested him into reality. The only thing that makes me wonder about that are the pictures and the drawings of the boy in white that Miranda had from the 70s. That's the only thing that makes me wonder, okay, maybe this boy in white is actually real, because it seems like Miranda had drawings of the boy in white in her basement, that she was seeing the boy in white in her vision. Now, is it possible that she was seeing the boy in white because Victor created him? That's definitely still a possibility as well. So I suppose Miranda having a picture of the boy in white doesn't debunk the theory that Victor created him by any means. It's very much still a possibility. But yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting one. I think it's a very interesting possibility that maybe Victor did conjure the boy in white. I always thought that maybe the Ankui children conjured the boy in white. If anyone has seen my video, I put out a video a few years ago that wondering the possibility that when the Ankui children poured all of their hope into the roots above them and they created the first faraway tree, that along with it, they created a sort of spirit avatar of the faraway tree, that being the boy in white. Because one thing we've noticed over the show, and I'm sure a lot of you guys have noticed this as well, it seems like every single time one of our characters uses the faraway trees or uses them successfully, the boy in white is always involved. He's the one who sends Victor and Julie into it after the massacre of Colony House when they escape out of Victor's window. The boy in white's the one who sends Sarah and Boyd into that faraway tree. The boy in white is the one who, at least the first time, sends Tabitha through her faraway tree to get to the lighthouse. Every single time we see one of our characters using these faraway trees, the boy in white is involved in some way or another, until Dale. until Dale uses one of the trees, and we saw what happened to him. Almost as though Dale wasn't meant to use the tree. The tree was never meant for him, potentially. So when I see how closely tied to the trees that the boy in white seems to be, not to mention that when Victor took the axe to the tree, the boy in white showed up in an instant, almost like the boy in white felt it himself. Like as soon as Victor put that axe to that tree, the boy in white was right fucking there. And again, it just felt to me like he felt it himself. So when I see all of that, when I see all of these different data points and I see all of these different things, for me, it points me in the direction that maybe the boy in white is a spirit avatar of the faraway tree. But again, I like the idea that maybe he's something that Victor conjured up as well. That's also a fun one. And thank you so much, Cinema Therapy, for the $5. If you guys haven't subbed to Real Cinema Therapy, get over there and definitely sub over there as well, because they also cover From.
So do you think the presence of the man in yellow in the town is either the factor or a factor in the boy in white no longer being certain about the destination of the faraway trees?
I think things are just changing. Like we hear the boy in white say, everything's changing now. In season 2, right when Victor takes the axe to the faraway tree and the boy in white shows up, the first thing Victor says is, "You look different now. You're changing." And the boy in white looks up. He looks up at the tree and he says, "Everything's changing now." Like if you go back and look at that scene, when the boy in white says everything's changing now, he looks right up at the faraway tree when he's saying it. That after seeing that, and then after seeing this scene of the boy in white in this season, it tells me that the boy in white is losing his ability that he once had over the faraway tree. That's at least what I'm thinking anyway. It's just a theory. But I think the boy in white is losing some of his abilities. I think as things are changing here in Fromville, he himself is also changing. He's aging for the first time ever. And now all of a sudden, he's not sure if that tree will take Tabitha to the lighthouse. He says, "I don't think so." So yeah, I think that it's getting to a point where with everything changing, the boy in white is changing too, and maybe his abilities are changing with it. Maybe the boy in white is losing the control he once had over the faraway trees, or at least the control to predict where they were going to go.
Right. So it'll be interesting to see how that develops. I mean, as he's losing his utility, I guess, kind of the one thing that he could do.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. All I know is that it seems like the boy in white is very closely tied to these faraway trees. When we see all of these different kind of like data points, I guess, it seems like he's very closely tied to these trees in some manner. But then again, he's also very closely tied to Victor as well. So him potentially being Victor's imaginary friend could be a possibility. Yes, there is the aspect of Miranda painting him, but maybe Miranda was seeing a vision of the future. So who knows? But I like the idea. That maybe Victor did conjure up the boy in white. Maybe it wasn't the Ankui children.
And once he was imagined into reality, he became his own sentient thing, which would explain, as somebody in the chat mentioned, I'm sorry I didn't catch your name, but they were talking about how Ethan saw the boy in white before he knew Victor.
Yep.
The boy in white was
just that's true too. That's true too. That's right. Ethan did see the boy in white. And yeah, I think that was before he met Victor. So yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, again, the boy in white is one of these things that we really haven't been given anything yet. We have nothing. That's why all of these theories are very much still in play, whether it was Victor who conjured him up, whether it was the Ankui children who conjured up the boy in white, or whether the boy in white is something totally different altogether, or whether the boy in white is really the man in yellow and has been the man in yellow the whole time. I mean, at this point, we really just don't know. But there's a lot of good theories like this and a lot of the other ones we've been discussing. There's a lot of really good theories surrounding the boy in white. But I'm really hoping that this is going to be the season where we finally learn something about him, because we're getting a lot of interesting nuggets of information for almost every other aspect of the show in terms of like the monsters, the man in yellow. Like we're slowly learning a little bit more, but we still don't know anything about the boy in white and his origins. So I really hope this is going to be the season where they shine a little bit more light on just where the boy in white came from and what he really wants.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Will this be the season? I don't know. I don't know. Will this be the again? I mean, I call him the boy in white, but he's really not the boy in white anymore. He's more of the he's more of the teen in white, or as I like to say, the I'm getting ready for my first beer in white. He's grown. He's grown quite a lot. Our boy in white. I mean, we saw him in season 1, super young. We saw him in season 2 when he pushed Tabitha out the lighthouse, getting a little bit older. Then we see him in season 3 when he shows up at the tree when Victor's about to chop it down, even older there. And now we have him in season 4 where he's looking full on like he's ready to go for his driving lesson. So yeah, he's getting big. Boy in white's getting big. But yeah, I don't know. I think again, I like the idea that maybe the Ankui children created the boy in white when they created the faraway tree. That he's a kind of spirit avatar of the faraway tree. I really like that one. I mean, yeah, it's probably my bias, of course, because it's one of my theories. But I also like this as well. Again, I also like the idea that maybe he was conjured by Victor, and again, I think that could also fit too.
Yeah.
But let's know.
He dresses kind of like Victor. He always has his top button buttoned.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a weird. I mean, that's something you don't really notice, like when somebody's like that. But when you're wearing a short sleeve shirt, long sleeve shirt, and you have the top button buttoned,
yeah,
I mean, that is always a weird look.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is a bit of a weird look. But when I see him, I also see similar to the Ankui children in a way too, because the Ankui children always dressed in white. If they were gonna create some kind of spirit avatar for the trees and as a representation of them, it stands to reason that thing would take the form of a child like them. Yeah. They are children.
But everybody with the top button, like think Sling Blade, Forrest Gump, everybody who's got something a little bit.
And then there's also this possibility as well. I mean, and we have also wondered this: if the boy in white was the 7th the boy in white would have been the 8th child. No, the 7th. Excuse me. No, the 8th. The boy in white would have been the 8th child, if that is a possibility as well. Maybe the boy in white was one of the Ankui children that was supposed to get sacrificed, but somehow escaped and ended up the way he is now. That's also a possibility as well. Definitely. But yeah, very much the man in white, the man in white, the man in Walter White. He is the man in white now for sure. And why is the boy in white not rotten like the other kids? Well, I think the other children are rotten like that because they got sacrificed. Not only sacrificed, it seems like they were born potentially for the sole purpose of being sacrificed. When we get that little bit of a revelation from Victor in season 3, when he finally remembers the conversation that Christopher was having with the boy in white, we find out that the children were born in the dark and died in the dark. And then when we see the state that the children were actually in, they very much look like they probably lived their entire lives underground. If they were born in the dark and died in the dark, then that stands to reason that they were maybe born and lived their whole lives in those caves, which could explain their physical appearance, why they look the way they look, why they're so pale, why their hair is all patchy, because they've been severely deprived of sunlight their entire life. That could potentially explain why they look the way they look. But why does the boy in white not look like that? That's a very good question. I don't think the boy in white is another Ankui children personally. Like, I think it's an interesting theory, an interesting possibility. But I very much like the idea of the boy in white potentially being an avatar of the faraway trees, something that the children created when they created the faraway tree. But again, who knows? Who knows what he really is? I hope we get something though. We got to get something on the boy in white. We've been getting some interesting information here and there, but we still know nothing about the boy in white, who he is, where he came from, his true origins, what side he's really on. Like, we really don't know yet. But again, a lot of really good theories out there. But yeah, let us know, guys. If you guys have any specific theories, let us know. Where do you think the boy in white came from? Where did he come from? Who created him and why? What purpose does he serve? Is the boy in white really trying to help free the children? Or are we going to find out that the boy in white was maybe really the villain the whole time? What do you guys think about the boy in white? We shall see. We shall see. The boy in white that was in Camden was a different actor for some reason. I wonder if there is anything to that. I thought he aged out, but now we know that that wasn't the case. Yeah, I was wondering that as too. I needed to go back and actually check the credits, but I remember someone saying that that was the same actor, that the boy in white that we saw in Camden. He looked way different though. You're right. Like he looked completely different. So maybe it was. I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and actually check like the credits for that episode to see if Vox Smith is credited in that episode. Because hell, even when he showed up in season 2, I thought they recast him. Like when we see the boy in white show up in season 2 and he pushes Tabitha out that freaking lighthouse, I thought that was a different actor. I thought it was a completely different actor. I thought they recasted the actor because he looked so different. He really does. Just from season 1 to season 2, the boy in white looks like two totally different freaking people. So yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to go back and like check the credits for that episode to see if Vox Smith's name is credited in that one, or if there's maybe another actor that was credited as the boy in white in that episode. I'm not sure. I cannot say myself, but he did look different. Ty, you're 100% right about that. He definitely looked different. Maybe
Did he have lines? Did he have speaking lines? I don't
Not in Camden. Not in
Okay.
Camden. No. He just pops up on the other side of the street. Tabitha sees him, tries to run towards him, and he's gone.
Okay, yeah, in the ice cream shop or whatever it
In
was.
the ice cream shop or whatever shop that was. Yeah. Yep. Jeremy, what if the boy in white is aging because he's a story walker trying to help these people from the real world? Maybe. I think that's an interesting idea, Quan. I think that's a very interesting idea that maybe the boy in white's physical form has always been in the real world. Maybe the form that we're seeing in Fromville is just his story walking form. I think that's a really good theory, Quan. I like that. I actually like that a lot. I mean, I feel like it fits as much as anything else fits, especially that we know that when people story walk, they can physically interact with things. They can physically touch things when they story walk. It's not like story walking, you just become some kind of avatar and you're just astral projecting. No, you're physically there. You can physically touch things. You can physically interact with things. So no, I think that's a very interesting theory, Quan, that maybe the boy in white has been in the real world the whole time. And every time we see him in Fromville, that's just him story walking. I like that idea. That's a really good idea. That's a cool theory. I actually really like that. What do you think, Raven? Do you think there's a possibility? Do you think there's any kind of possibility that maybe the boy in white is really in the real world and we're just seeing his story walking form?
Oh, that's so strange though.
It's strange,
Because he does know. I mean, he has to, but the way he directs people into the faraway trees, he has to have a far greater understanding of
that's what
the from world.
It seems like he is very much directing people into these trees, and it does seem like if he's going to do that, that gives you the impression, I guess, that he's got like a deep connection to this place. And could he have that deep of a connection to this place just from the real world, only story walking here? Maybe not.
Unless he's actually read the story, so he actually knows exactly the nature of everything. Yeah.
Maybe. If the boy in white is a spirit like Ghost Jim or Tom, he technically shouldn't be aging. Maybe he just has a VR headset and is in the real world trying to help them. Yeah, he's just fucking VR boy in white, just projecting himself into the fucking Fromville, but he's really in the real world the whole time. Again, I think it's a fun theory. But like you said, Raven, you bring up a good point. You know, the boy in white seems so closely tied to these faraway trees. It seems like he's very much in tune with them, or at least he was up until recently. Until very recently, he seemed very in tune with these trees. So yeah, that tells me he's probably more likely based somewhere in Fromville. But then again, he pops up all over the place. Like, what exactly is the boy in white at all? Is he just some kind of spirit? Is he some other kind of entity? Or is he just some avatar that the children conjured up? Again, it's hard to know. We don't know the nature of the boy in white. We don't know his origin yet. But a lot of good theories. A lot of good theories. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, the boy in white is the real shapeshifter. God, no more. I hope not,
Yeah.
man.
Every time he goes to, we were laughing about that. Every time he goes to a suitcase, it's just another set of white shorts and shirt. He's all disappointed.
Yeah. I hope not, man. Please no. Please fucking no. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll see. I guess we shall see. But let's see what else we got here. We got some other interesting images coming up from and again,
the Julie wig.
Oh God, yeah, the Julie wig is not good, isn't it? Yeah, it's a pretty bad wig, isn't it?
I was hoping it was just, because I kept seeing it in stills, and I was like, okay, maybe it's not like that, in the live action. Maybe that was just like a very unfortunate still.
Yeah,
but it does kind of look like she has a headband on almost. I was like right around her hairline. I was like, maybe she has a headband on, because that ultra black wig was kind of wild.
Yeah, I don't know. It looks like she's going to be cutting her hair in this episode. This is also a still from episode 4, and we see she's still got the long hair here. But then if we look at the trailer for episode 4, it seems like at some point during this episode she cuts her hair. So I guess we'll see why. What leads her to cutting her hair. I'm not sure, but it should be interesting to see. Because, again, it looks like she is very much going to be cutting it in this episode. But we got her and Randall on the porch. And I think we saw a little snippet of this scene in the actual season 4 trailer when Julie has one of Ethan's books in her hand. And she's, trying to come up with the answers, saying, nothing in this place makes sense. Yet everything's real. Yet it's all real. So we saw in episode 3, Julie had Randall go down into the old Matthews house that collapsed to look for Ethan's books. Mission successful. He comes back with the books, and it looks like Julie's going to be doing some research, quote unquote research, reading a children's book, in hopes that this will give her the answers to her story walking ability. And I don't think she's going to find any answer in any book. Personally, I don't think Julie's going to find. Maybe she might find something that might be helpful, maybe. But the only thing that's going to get Julie to get a handle on story walking is her doing it. She has to keep experimenting with it until she gets a handle on it. I don't think she's going to learn some secret from some children's fantasy story. Maybe it'll point her in the right direction, but repetition and her getting a handle on this thing is going to come from her using it, I very much feel. And it looks like she is very much going to be using it in episode 4 and going all the way back to the massacre of the 1978 cycle. So again, looks like Julie's going to have a pretty big, prominent role in episode 4.
Yeah, and maybe she'll work out with Randall a method, maybe 2 minutes maximum. Yeah, because she doesn't want to be in life peril every single time, and have him save her by the because what if he misses? What if he's off by a fraction of a second, just like when she was being attacked by the diner monster.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
That was a matter of seconds.
She only just made it there. And again, she needs to still get that scratch on her face too at some point as well. I thought that scene would have been the perfect scene for her to get the scratch on her face, where Randall's pulling her out just as the dino monster gets one scratch off. Like, that would have been the perfect scene to because at some point Julie has to get that scratch on her face.
Right. Oh yeah, so she'll be laying there on the ground, like writhing or whatever, and he could watch the scratch like appear on her cheek. Yeah, and
maybe that gives him the kind of notion to pull her out. Maybe. Oh, okay. Because I think we talked a little bit about this the other day, but I like your thinking now. I really like your thinking. We know that she's going back to the 1974 massacre, and we know that it looks like the man in yellow is going to stand up, turn around, and actually see her there, and then it looks like she starts running away. yeah, maybe what if the man in yellow kind of gets up and goes after her and kind of catches her? And maybe that is what Randall sees. Maybe Randall sees Julie in the ruins and he sees the scratch just start forming on her face and he pulls her out. I love that idea, Ravener.
Yeah.
That's a great fucking idea.
Yeah, that'd be a powerful image. I mean, I think
That'd be
we've
a
seen
powerful scene. Yeah,
yeah.
for sure. I like that. That's a good one. But again, at some point, she needs to get that scratch on her face. At some point, she has to have some kind of run-in with either the man in yellow or the monsters that she gets that scratch on her face. Our current Julie needs to turn into the future Julie at some point. And she's cutting her hair in this episode, so she's halfway there already, but she still needs to get that scratch.
Yep.
So we'll see. We'll see how it happens.
Yep. I'm really digging the Randall dynamic. I mean, he was one of my least favorite characters, like from his introduction. I just, I was like, okay, and he did have his redeeming points, but these two paired up, and I mean, the way he kind of like, and it wasn't like manipulating, or it wasn't like the way he kind of like convinced her to allow him to go down into the house rather than her going down into the house. It wasn't like witty banter repartee kind of thing where
it was very much like how a big brother would try to protect his little sister.
Yeah, let me do some cool shit once in a while. Yeah, let me do some cool. I was like, okay, yeah, very consistent with the character. I was like, okay, man, I'm digging it. Yeah,
very, yeah. I think Julie and Randall scenes have been fun. I think they've been very interesting. I think I know a lot of people are wondering and waiting if Randall and Marielle are going to develop some kind of ability too. I don't know. I mean, I have no idea if they are at this point. I feel like at this point, if they were going to, they probably already would have. So I am starting to wonder if this story walking thing that Julie has is, doesn't really have so much to do with the whole cicada thing that they went through, but more so to do with Julie's lineage, her genes, her, where she comes from. She is the daughter of Tabitha, after all. And Tabitha is technically a mystical reincarnation of one of the original parents. So one could make the argument that you could see where maybe Julie gets that ability from Tabitha, because Tabitha isn't your normal human. She's kind of got an aspect of magic to her, I guess you could say, with the reincarnation aspect. So yeah, I don't know if Julie and I don't know if Marielle and Randall are going to develop any abilities like Julie has. I'm starting to think that maybe this is just a Julie thing because she's Tabitha's daughter. I don't know.
I like I like that statement of Tyazel, and I'm a strong believer in that. They're not going to put it. They're not going to put that screen
time in for no reason. That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, again, it seems like Ethan knows everything that he knows from these stories. And one thing that they have been saying from the very beginning, pay attention to Ethan, pay attention to the things that Ethan has been saying. They're important. It's hard to interpret what Ethan is saying, but when Ethan is telling these stories, he is laying blueprints out for how the show is going to go. It's just a matter of finding out the right way to interpret what he's saying. Can we interpret it correctly, or are we going to interpret it incorrectly? And it's hard. It's hard to interpret some of these things because some of them are very, vague in the details. But yeah, I think if, like you said, Ty, and like you said, Ravener, if they're going so far out of their way as to kind of put this in the story where Julie is going out of her way to find these books, then I could see them playing some kind of role. I mean, I hope the writers wouldn't just put that in there for nothing.
Right. At least one little nugget. In the whole book, there has to be one little nugget that's useful.
Something. Yeah, I could see that. I could definitely see that. Yeah, these books better have something. Otherwise, the entire scene of her and Randall is going to be just filler. It will. At that point, that whole scene will just be, you can't even really call it character development really at that moment. You can't even really call it world building at that moment. That kind of is the definition of filler, Ty. So you got a good point. Yeah. There better be something in those fucking books.
And it went long. They had the entire walk too.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. So it took up the whole episode. Like if you look at the whole of episode 3, Julie and Randall's whole storyline in episode 3 was finding these books. So yeah, you like to think that was for a reason. Yeah, maybe. Jim was alive when she story walked with Randall, so maybe he's not permanently dead. Yeah, there's been a lot of interesting Jim theories in terms of, is Jim really dead? Was that really the current Jim? Did future Julie come back to a future version of Jim, not our current Jim? At this point, I guess I'm kind of just trying to take the show at face value. They showed us Jim's dead, current Jim's dead. We saw him, and I'm kind of convinced that Jim's just dead at this point. Because I know that was a big thing coming into season 4. There were a lot of fan theories swirling that wasn't the real Jim. That wasn't the current Jim. That Jim isn't really dead. But at this point, 3 episodes in, after seeing everything we saw, I'm pretty convinced that Jim's dead, that he's gone. But yeah, I don't know. Who knows? And in terms of him permanently being dead, I guess it really is a matter of how far are they going to take Julie's story walking / time travel ability. Is the show actually going to get to a point where Julie can really travel back in time and save someone from dying so they don't die? I don't know. I mean, if they do that, there needs to be some kind of cost. There needs to be some kind of consequence that Julie pays in the present. Anytime you go back and you meddle with time, there needs to be a price. There has to be some kind of price that the character pays, that the world pays, that the timeline pays. There needs to be stakes to it. Right. So I guess that's one of the reasons that makes me a little bit nervous with this whole story walking time travel aspect being added into From. There's so many ways that things could just get really convoluted if there isn't like a really sound plan from the very beginning on as to how they're going to use this story walking ability. So I'll be honest, it makes me a little nervous. If there's any storyline on this whole show that makes me nervous, it's them adding the time travel aspect to the show or the story walking aspect to the show. Because again, it could get very convoluted very quick. But I'm hoping they have a sound plan in terms of how they're going to use it, what stakes it's going to have, like what is the ultimate role that story walking is going to play in the narrative when everything is said and done. A major one, a minuscule one, a medium one. I don't know.
Because I mean, as defined, it's really, I mean, it's cool, but it's not that great. You can go back, watch things happen, but you can't change the story because the story's already been written.
If that's the truth.
Yeah. Which means that it can't be that because it sucks at this point. I mean, it doesn't suck at this point, but it would be a lot of wasted screen time. We've already, they could just show us a flashback. They don't need us to go back in Julie form and observe things that can't be changed. And they already know that she can be attacked. If she can be attacked, isn't that changing the story? I don't,
Again, it's these questions are exactly where it can get a little convoluted. This is where it can get a little convoluted if you're not having really good rules for your time travel in your story.
Right.
So I think it'll be interesting. I think it'll be very interesting to see how what kind of role it's going to play in the narrative overall. But we shall see. We shall see. And yes, the story is very much, I mean, we're seeing the cycles, right? We've seen the cycles just repeat over and over and over again. And yes, very much we could see changes to this current cycle. This current cycle for whatever is going on for all the previous cycles, we know that they have all failed. Every previous incarnation, every previous cycle that has been stuck here in Fromville, they have all failed. What is so special about this cycle? Why has John Griffin, as the writer, decided to tell his story here? Why did he set his story in this cycle, in this timeline, in this time period with these characters? It has to be because this is going to be the cycle that breaks it. I mean, I have to imagine that is going to be the case. Where all the previous cycles have failed, this must be the one that is not going to fail. This must be the cycle that maybe has all of the right ingredients that it needs to finally break the cycle, to finally break the story. So I do very much feel like that is the case, that this is going to be the cycle that breaks everything.
Yeah, and Boyd flat out said it. He flat out said that to Acosta. Yeah. This time it's different. This time things are different.
Yep. No, he did. And again, I think, with Jade and Tabitha getting their memories back, I think a lot of that is predicated on that, on the possibility that maybe some of these previous cycles didn't get super far. Maybe some of these previous cycles didn't have all of these right pieces in place. But yeah, I think Jade and Tabitha getting their memories back was the first step. And now I think it's kind of them continuing, or at least right now, Jade anyway. Tabitha hasn't really joined in, but at least right now, Jade is very much trying to figure everything else out. He's trying to get the rest of these memories back because we know that he hasn't remembered everything yet. So yeah, it definitely seems like this is going to be the cycle that breaks the rest of the cycles. But what exactly makes this cycle special? What does this cycle have that the previous cycles didn't have?
Yeah, maybe it has to be. I mean, it has to be something about Jade and Tabitha, and I could kind of see that. I mean, maybe the boy in white, maybe the Ankuis were trying to do that with Miranda and Christopher, but Christopher may not have had the analytical mind like Jade does, who approaches it as a problem to be solved. Maybe he just wasn't prepared to do that. Maybe he was just cut of a different cloth, kind of thing. And maybe every cycle has that. I mean, if you don't get the right people with the right mindset, maybe Tabitha, her ability is like the ability to believe in them, that there is something to them, rather than just being terrorized by bald, scraggly children, for a little while.
No, maybe that's the case. Again, there's got to be something. There's got to be something different about this cycle than all of the previous cycles that is going to hopefully get them to break it where all of the previous ones have failed. Again, unless we're heading for like a darker ending than I thought, and this cycle is going to fail like every other fucking cycle. I mean, maybe that's the case. Who knows? Maybe we're heading for one just messed up ending where everybody dies and the cycles just keep repeating. But I have to imagine that's not going to be the case. Like, I have to imagine, even if the ending has some darker aspects to it, which I am expecting it to be both bitter and sweet, a little bit of both, but I have to imagine that they ultimately will break the cycle by the time the show ends. They will find some kind of way to complete whatever quest they need to complete, whether that's saving the children or whatever else. I do get the feeling that we will get a semi-happy ending where some of our characters do make it out, but definitely not all. I would love to see a nice little bittersweet ending where some of our characters do make it, but the characters that do make it are forever changed. They are forever changed. They are forever damaged. They are forever traumatized after everything they have been through and everything they've had to survive. And I know I always kind of bring up, stories like Lord of the Rings and stuff like this in terms of an explanation of a really good ending, a good bittersweet ending that isn't just all good triumphs over evil and there's no consequences. There needs to be consequences. There needs to be a cost, and the cost needs to be felt by the characters more than anything. If our characters do complete this quest, if our characters do save the children and they do get out of here and they do defeat Fromville, there needs to be some kind of price that they have to pay in order to do that. It can't just be happily ever after. There needs to be some kind of stakes, and I'm hoping there will be.
Yeah, and characters that are almost universally liked, which means Henry. So, rest in peace, Henry, because he's. I mean, he was so strong in this episode too. I loved how he handled Tabitha in front of the faraway tree. It wasn't just because he was a little bit irritating when he was following along with her. I jotted down. I was like, he was like a male Tilly. Just kind of like
very much a male Tilly, yeah.
Kind of like plugging himself in, but then by the time they were in front of the tree, he was so funny when she's like, oh, you left a note. Well, now that I know that, it was so clever. It was so well written, and it did the trick though. I enjoyed that scene a lot.
Oh, you left a note, did you? There you go. That problem solved. Your kid's totally going to be fine now. And she doesn't even leave a fucking note. She leaves a Victor's drawing of the fucking lighthouse with Donna's name on it. Some fucking note.
Yeah, exactly.
Tabby. Fucking write something down. Boyd will most likely go out the hero. I think so. I think you're 100% right, Benjamin. I think I don't see Boyd surviving the whole show. I just don't. And you guys know I've said this from the very beginning. I don't see Boyd surviving all of this. I very much see Boyd getting close to the end. And yes, I definitely see Boyd going out in a very heroic manner. And I think Boyd's death, or whatever Boyd does while he's dying, is going to be something major that's going to help the rest of them get out. I very much feel that that's going to be the case. But yeah, Boyd is not making it out of here. There's no way. Although, again, if I could write it myself, I would write that ending that we talked about, during our stream the other week, the one that we kind of all collectively came up with, that we started talking about, and Golden Child added to it on in the chat, where Boyd does make it out. He does get people out, or he thinks anyway he does. He gets people out. He finally makes it to that boat of his, finally makes it to that house that he and his wife were about to move into when they got stuck here in the first place. And for the last scene, we see Boyd just sailing off into the distance. He turns around back at the camera and says, "Told you you wouldn't break me." Boom. End scene right there. That's how it ends. A happy ending for Boyd. But I also love the Golden Child's addition to this. That what if Boyd feels like he makes it out, thinks he makes it out, gets all the way to that point where he's on the boat, he's in the water, he's sailing towards his new home, turns around, says, "Told you you wouldn't break me," then turns back forward, and boom, the lighthouse is right in front of him, and he realizes he's still stuck in Fromville. That would be a fucked up ending.
Another one, yeah, for sure. I see him doing something where he's, there's a moment of peril, they're being overwhelmed or something, and I see him passing the torch to Kenny, like almost like
100%.
Like
Definitely.
it's your town now, and Kenny has to accept
Kenny.
that. Yeah.
I mean, they can't foreshadow that as much as they have and not pay that off. They have been foreshadowing and setting up from the very beginning that at some point Kenny needs to take over for Boyd, whether it's because of the Parkinson's or Boyd dying in some other manner. They've been setting that up way too much for it to not happen. So yeah, Kenny needs to take over at some point, even if it's only right at the very end.
Yeah. Which would also mean that Ellis needs to be out of play.
Maybe, but I can see Boyd going down and Kenny taking over instead of Ellis.
Yeah.
Just because Boyd's prepped Kenny for this. Boyd hasn't really been prepping Ellis to take over. Ellis isn't really, I don't want to say Ellis isn't a leader, but he's not the leader Boyd is. And he certainly hasn't been trained to be a leader like Kenny has been trained to be a leader. So I think if Boyd were to die and Ellis was around, I think it would still be Kenny that would take over.
Pass the torch to Kenny. Yeah.
I just feel like he's meant to. I mean, I feel like you just can't set, they've been setting it up for seasons now that at some point Kenny needs to take over for Boyd. You can't set that up for that long and not pay it off. I mean, you could, but it wouldn't be good writing.
Yeah, I see Ellis being taken out of play, just out of the story, just so there's not that, the son I have versus the son I want kind of dichotomy.
Yeah, maybe.
Plus, I think he's kind of served his purpose. There's some people that have just served their purpose. I think Fatima got a new lease on life with this
golem shit she might be whatever the fuck she's building.
But
Henry you could definitely make the argument that Henry has served his purpose narratively speaking.
He's like a surrogate for killing Victor at this point. I mean, it'll have the same emotional impact, kind of.
Yeah. I don't know. I just I'm really looking forward to episode 4. Not that the first 3 episodes weren't good. They were. I've been enjoying it so far, but episode 4 looks like it's going to be that episode that really kind of kicks things up. So I'm looking forward for the show to really start picking up now. And I'm hoping it will from episode 4 on. I'm hoping that it will really pick up. But we got 2 more images. We also have this one of Victor and Henry. Victor's got his notebook out again. They're staring off at something in the distance outside of Colony House. Is Victor measuring the trees again? I don't know, but we got something going on here with Victor. Maybe he's trying to remember where he buried the drawings of the man in yellow. Maybe this is a precursor to Victor and Henry going out and looking for the pictures.
Yeah. I can see that. Yeah.
yeah. Other than that, not a whole lot. Not a whole lot. And of course, we got Boyd and Kenny. Boyd and Jade. Now, so far, this has been my favorite storyline in season 4. When I look at all the different storylines that have been popping up this season, the storyline of Boyd and frickin' Jade finally teaming up together to go out and look for answers, this has definitely been my favorite storyline this season so far. And I cannot wait to see where this is going to go. Again, it looks like we're going to have some very interesting scenes between these two characters. It looks like they're going to be going off on some quote unquote mind-bending searches for answers. So I can't wait. I am more than anything, I cannot wait to see the Boyd and Jade scenes in season 4. This is what I want more of.
Yeah. I was kind of like when he was like, I'm trying, or whatever he said, I'm trying, and then Boyd said, try harder. I felt that was like a little dismissive of, but again, there's only so much screen time that you can have of Jade sitting there looking at his whiteboard and
there
being
needs to
mad at it.
be. Yeah, you can only. That's a good point. There's only so much time Jade can spend in the bar theorizing on things. At some point, he needs to put things into action. He needs to put these theories to the test and needs to actually go out there and see what else he can learn. He's not going to solve this from inside the bar. That's for sure. So yeah, I think this
taking the shrooms might be him doing that too. Yeah.
That's a very good point. Him taking the shrooms is that essentially, yeah, that's him kind of going out there and putting some of his theories to use. And I think it'll be interesting to see what is he going to learn? What is this trip going to reveal for him? It looks like, just based on the trailer, it looks like he's going to be coming into contact with that younger version of himself, of what appears to be a younger version of him anyway, just based on the appearance and the violin. What exactly is that going to lead to, I guess? What is this younger version of himself going to unlock in Jade? What is he going to learn from this younger version of himself? I don't know, but I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's got to be something. Again, just like everything in the show, it's got to be something, or else they wouldn't have put it in there. I mean,
yeah, of course.
So, yeah, I'd love to see what young Jade tells himself, even if it's even if it's just a clue or a hint for Jade to use to like another tool for him to use to unlock what he needs to unlock. It may not be the answer, but at least it'll give him another tool give him the tool that he needs to actually do the unlocking himself.
Mm-hmm. So. Yeah, I think so. And apart from that, I am, also very much looking forward to seeing Badass Kenny. I want to see Badass Kenny. And it looks like we might actually be getting some Badass Kenny this season as well. From just put out some of these new photos, these new interesting photos that, they're meant to look like Polaroids taken right inside Colony House, but they posted these earlier today. We got one of Acosta sitting at Colony House kitchen. We got one of Fatima up there with the painting, the Adam and Eve representation, as it were. We got one of Tabitha just sitting on the couch. We got one of Bacta, who we've seen. I mean, we've seen more Bacta in this fucking photo than we've seen on screen. At this, this is more screen time than Bacta has gotten all fucking season right here.
Yeah. They said her name one time.
They said her name once.
Fox is making you food. Didn't see her making food.
Didn't see her making food. No, and again, if there's one character that's been given a little bit of the shaft, it's probably Bacta. They introduced this character at the beginning of season 2, the very beginning of season 2. Hell, the end of season 1, if you want to get technical, is when the bus really arrives. But from the beginning of season 2 on, this character has gotten no character development. Literally no character development, no screen time. I mean, yes, we learned a little bit about her when she first arrived, but nothing since then. She's gotten no development since then. And it's a little unfortunate. It just feels like it's a waste of a character. Like, there could be some interesting things going on here that they're just, for some reason, they're just not utilizing. And I'm just not a big fan of that. If you're going to write a new character onto the show, and it's one thing for extras and background characters, that's one thing. But if you're writing a new character onto the show that's actually a part of your cast and is an actual secondary character, only for them to just be doing literally nothing, then why even write the character into the show at that point? I guess is my question.
Yeah.
So yeah,
why give her that scene with Jade where she got a backstory?
Exactly.
Exactly. She could have been a Reggie or a Paula or any of the other ones.
Yeah. I don't know what's up with Bacta. Yeah, she's not doing her job. Not doing her job at the diner very well. That's for sure. Yeah, she was supposed to run the diner, right? Yeah, that's what we were supposed to see. I mean, she says right after Tian Chen died, Bacta stepped up, and that was what we thought was going to be her storyline, right? She was going to be running the diner from here on out. But we just haven't really seen much of it. Maybe it's something she is doing. She's just off doing it in the background. And yeah, maybe they cut her scenes. That's a possibility as well. I mean, this is the final 2 seasons, and they do have to start picking and choosing what characters they're going to focus a little bit more on and what characters they just don't have time for. That's a possibility as well. But I don't know. We'll see.
They've had Kenny and Acosta in the diner. They had Acosta spending the night in the diner. I mean, the diner's there. It's just no back.
The diner's there. Yeah, there's just no backup. Good point. But then we have this one right here of Kenny wielding his 2 machetes. And we saw this first image weeks ago before the show even started. We saw that promo that they released of Kenny, the actor Ricky He, holding these 2 machetes, sliding down the banister of Colony House. And then we've seen some other interesting little promos that they've released, and it was the actors talking about some of their favorite moments from season 4. But some of it was kind of bleeped out. Like they purposely bleeped a lot of it out because they didn't want to spoil us. But it was they definitely left enough in there where you can hear Kenny talking about some kind of scene involving these machetes, some kind of scene where he has to use these machetes on something. I don't know what, but I cannot fucking wait to see this. Whatever is going on, whatever scene that this is going to be, that's going to be happening, whatever scene that is going to cause Kenny to pick up 2 machetes and wield them, that is the fucking scene I want to see. That is the scene I want to see. Yeah, he looks pretty badass with the machetes. He looks pretty badass with them. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see what he does with them.
I think it'll be interesting to see what he does. I think it's going to have something to do with that roof scene that we've seen little snippets of, little pictures of, that little picture of Kenny up on a roof, either one of the roofs in town or the roof of the bus, some people think. I don't know. I think something's going to be going on with Kenny this season. And again, just based on that little promo video that MGM released, it sounded like Kenny was describing some kind of scene with the machetes. So I can't wait to see what it is. Whatever's going on with Kenny, cannot wait to see what it is. We also saw this as well. They released a new little promo image that gave us a little bit of a closer look at some of the scarecrows that we're going to be seeing in Cannibal Village in the ruined settlement. And here we see that they very much got some big old teeth on them. Like we didn't see this in the earlier images because it wasn't a close-up shot. But this new image that they have just released of these new scarecrow creatures is showing that, man, they got some fucking teeth. They got some teeth very similar to the monsters.
Oh my gosh. Yep. Fatima, you want to make a golem? We got a golem too.
We got a golem for you right here. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to be interesting. I think we got some interesting scenes coming up just based on the episode 4 trailer alone. The trailer looks like this is going to be a really kind of not action-packed episode, but definitely high intensity episode. We know Julie's going to be story walking, going back to the massacre. We know that the Man in Yellow is going to be making an appearance in this episode. The Man in Yellow as Doug, not as Sophia, which I can't wait to see more of. I was a big fan of the entrance of the Man in Yellow at the end of season 3. I thought this was such a great entrance for a character. What a great way to introduce your main villain. And not only that, the villain itself was interesting. I mean, and yes, a big part of what makes a villain interesting is how they look. Is, you know, it was that suit, that yellow suit, that striking yellow suit. It created a very interesting and striking, unique kind of image for a unique new villain. So when season 4 came around and he instantly just shapeshifts into, you know, a teenage girl, I was a little disappointed. I'm not going to lie, a little bit disappointed. Like, I was really looking forward to seeing more of the Man in Yellow. I want to see the Man in Yellow. I want to see more of this very unique and interesting villain that they created. So I was a little disappointed to find out that he's just a shapeshifter. You know, he's more than that, of course, but I was a little disappointed to see the shapeshifting route and this undercover, let me seed the, you know, spread the seeds of discord type thing. I guess it's just not where I was expecting the character to go. But one thing I am looking forward to seeing more of is seeing more of the Man in Yellow. I just think they created a really interesting villain there with the Man in Yellow. You know, the look of the character, all of it kind of worked together to create a really interesting villain. So I was a little disappointed they moved away from that, turning him into something else. But hopefully we'll have some more Man in Yellow down the road.
Yeah, I figured. Yeah, and I agree with you completely. I mean, I would have liked to have seen him cook a little longer in Doug form before he turned into Sophia form.
Spend a little bit more time in the Man in Yellow form. I just my personal preference.
But I think I for some reason I get a feeling that, I mean, they didn't do it up front, but I think that we're gonna get our fair share, you know, as the season progresses.
Yes. Okay. I don't know if I might be in the minority here, and that's totally fine. Nothing wrong with that. If I'm in the minority, that's totally fine. But I'm glad to at least know I'm not the only one. Like, you know, we wanted to see some more Doug, right? I mean, and it's not just because we know Doug. I mean, yes, we know Doug. We know the actor who plays the Man in Yellow. He's a friend to the channel. He's a friend to the fandom. He's been really cool with everybody. He's been on our channel a bunch of times, and everybody else's channel as well. So I don't want it to seem like it's any kind of bias by any means. Like, yes, I know the actor, but it has nothing to do with that. I just really enjoyed the character. Like, I just thought the character of the Man in Yellow was such a striking and interesting and unique villain, something different that we haven't really seen before. So for them to kind of just turn him into Sophia right at the beginning of the season, I'm with you. I'm with you, Kiwi. I was a little disappointed. I was hoping to see some more Man in Yellow. So I'm with you, Xavier. We need some more Doug scenes. We do.
They could have done it. I mean, they could have had him change as needed, you know, like temporarily, but his default form being the Doug form.
Yeah.
But it looks like, you know, but that's a choice you make, you know, early on in the story. It has to be either one or the other. And now, and they've gone the route where Sophia is like the embedded mole in the town now. You know, the agent provocateur kind of thing.
We got a mole now. It's like, is this? I don't know. I just feel like, I don't know. Maybe there could have been, again, you know, and there's nothing wrong with having, you know, if a character goes in a direction that maybe you weren't expecting, nothing wrong with that. Again, I still love the show. I love the show. I can't wait to see where the show is going to go. I'm looking forward to seeing where Sophia is going to go. I still want to see where this Sophia thing is going to go. But yeah, I mean, I definitely, you know, was wanted to seeing a little bit more of the Man in Yellow. You know, seeing him become a shapeshifter wasn't the best reveal for me personally. But
we will see him. I mean, I guess we can kind of count on him whenever Julie's story walking.
Exactly. It looks like that. Yeah, just like Makita says, and you as well. I think you guys are both right. We are going to see some more Man in Yellow. It just looks like it's going to be through story walking, and that's cool too. But I don't know. I'm really hoping we get to see current version of Sophia turn back into the Man in Yellow at some point, at least for the final season. That would be fun. But yeah, just my personal kind of observation. Something I noticed. I was just really looking forward to, you know, learning more about the Man in Yellow this season and to see the change in the direction of the character. It just wasn't something I was expecting, but still very much looking forward to seeing the ride, seeing where it's going to go. Definitely looking forward to seeing where it's going to go.
And I definitely agree with everybody who said that, you know, this scarecrow creature would have been so much more powerful as a surprise as a
Yeah.
surprise introduction.
They never should have shown us this. I 100% agree with you. I agree with everybody in the chat, everybody in the Discord, everybody that's been saying this from the very beginning. This is one thing they should not have put in the trailer. And it's not just the only thing. Like I can point to, a few things, a handful of things that I personally wish weren't in the trailer that we could have just seen in the show alone. And it would have been really big reveals. But this is definitely one of the bigger ones. Like if we didn't see this scene in the trailer, if we had no idea that living scarecrows were coming and we're just sitting around watching that episode and it just pops up, that would have been fucking nuts. Like that's what I'm saying. Like when they were making this trailer, nobody thought like, wait a minute, maybe this is something we shouldn't put in the trailer. Maybe this is something that if they're watching this episode and they see just fucking giant scarecrows bursting through the fucking wall, wouldn't that be like a huge reveal that the audience is going to want to see while they're watching? Right. I can't for the life of me figure out why they decided to put this in the trailer and why MGM okayed it. I don't know. It's like, some of these this is a new monster. This is a new monster that has never been on the show before. And you're introducing him to us through a trailer.
Right. Unless it completely sucks in the show and is like one and done and is never referenced again. I mean,
there's just no need to show it. That there was no need to show it. And I like surprises too. I'm with you guys. Like this would have been such a nice surprise. Like imagine this. We're just sitting there unassuming. We're watching the episode. We're hearing the tapping on the wall at Cannibal Village, wondering what's tapping, what's the tapping, what's causing it. And then boom, all of a sudden we just see literally a demonic Kool-Aid man burst through the fucking wall. Can you imagine how crazy that scene would have been to experience that if we didn't know it was coming? Something like this, only more demonic. Oh yeah. That would have scared the shit out of us. Like if we're just sitting there not expecting this scene and this thing just pops through the fucking door, like, oh man, that would have been such an insane scene that none of us saw coming. But now we all know it's coming. It's not going to have the same effect.
Yep. Yeah, and we already kind of, I mean, you can kind of guess what it is. They'll be sitting in the cabin talking about something mundane, and then the surprise. But maybe it'll be good. But yeah, I mean, it's literally going to be a jump scare. I mean, it's something bursting through the wall of your habitation. It's
exactly. Yeah. And as PM brings up, maybe it's a dream sequence. That's definitely still a possibility as well. I mean, looking at the synopsis, I'm not sure which way it's going to go. Part of me leans a little bit more towards this being an actual real scene because it looks like we get that other scene in the trailer of that other scarecrow like bending down and reaching towards someone. I think we're going to find out that this is the thing that scared young Tabby. Remember when Tabitha was having that vision of that younger version of herself when she was, that younger Tabitha version that was near the Red Rocks, looks up at the Red Rock and something scared the shit out of her. I think we're going to find out that this is what she was scared of. This is the creature that scared her back then.
Like Melon Melody says, it's like the hand grab from the grave. I mean, it was a good jump scare, but they had that in a trailer too, right? Or at least an episode trailer.
Yeah, that was in the trailer too. Yeah.
It's like, why? I mean, if you're counting on a jump scare to change the pace of your show, I mean, why? I mean, I know why they're doing it because they want to make it look like it's action packed and scary, but they're showing too much.
They're showing too much, and and this is usually it. They want to throw these bigger spectacle moments in some of these trailers in hopes of bringing in new audiences to the show. That's usually the case, but in doing that, they sometimes neglect the audience that's already here, the audience that has already been supporting the show for 3 seasons, going on to 4 now, the audience that has been following every mystery, every character, every storyline super closely, an audience that doesn't want to know a whole lot about the show going in. Like, I can't tell you how many people don't even want to watch the trailers. They don't want to see they don't want to see any of this stuff ahead of time because they want to be surprised. People want to be surprised when watching a show like this. And that is completely understandable. A big part of this show's draw is the scary element to it. the jump scares, and you're just not going to be scared of. You're not going to be scared of something that you know is coming. You just aren't. No matter how scary it's meant to be, you're not going to be scared of it because you know it's coming. And this scene right here is the perfect example of that. This is a scene that probably would have scared the crap out of us if we didn't know that it was coming. But now that we know that it's coming, when this scene does happen, it's not going to have much of an effect on the audience. I imagine the audience is just going to be, oh, cool, but we knew this was coming.
Yeah, it's your second trip through a haunted house.
Exactly.
The first trip is awesome because you don't know, but yeah, the second trip, okay. When you turn this corner, this guy's going to jump out. Yeah. Yep.
And that's actually a great way to put it. It's literally your second trip down a haunted house. You're not going to get scared the second time because you already know what's around every fucking corner. So that's a very good point. Very good point. And again, it's just I just wish that and I know I'm not alone. I've seen a lot of you guys say that all season, that it seems like a lot of people were a little disappointed this season in terms of how much stuff they put in the trailers. And I can understand that. I can definitely understand that. But we'll see. We shall see. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, that's what they're probably also burning in that. That's probably what they're also burning in that trailer. It could be, very well could be. I mean, we did see that they are going to be burning something in that trailer, some kind of pyre of something that they're burning at Colony House. Yeah, maybe it's one of these creatures that they end up killing, and who knows? Maybe that's even what Kenny uses the machetes on. I don't know. Who knows? But then again, it looks like these creatures are at the ruined settlement where the body gets burned at Colony House. Is it a possibility that these things make their way to Fromville from the ruined settlement? Maybe that's possible. I don't know. I guess we shall see. And hopefully find out. But yeah, I don't know. Episode 4 looks like it's going to be pretty interesting. We got some interesting stuff coming up. And I'm looking forward to it. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what the fuck is in this pool. If nothing else, what the hell is in this freaking pool? Like, come on, what the fuck's in this pool already?
Yeah.
But yeah, it should be interesting. Wait, crows and scarecrows. What is the connection? There has to be something. I mean, again, maybe there is. We see these crows all over the place, and now we're seeing literal scarecrows that are used for keeping crows away. And maybe that's it right there, PM. Like maybe these scarecrows are there to keep the real crows out of Cannibal Village, out of the ruined settlement for some reason. Who knows? But yeah, I mean, is there some kind of connection there? Crows, scarecrows? It's got to be something, right?
Yeah. They've sitting in the cabin saying, "Man, I wish we had something to get rid of those stupid crows like we were at the funeral." And then they're like, "Hey, you asked for it. Here comes this fucking monsters here." Hey, it was your idea.
Yeah. And yeah, I guess Kiwi's right. Yeah, maybe we just shouldn't ask. Maybe we just shouldn't ask. We're asking too much, and they're going to spoil too much next time as well. Maybe that's the case. I don't know. But me, I've always had no problem waiting for answers. I've never been one of those viewers where I'm like just dying for answers. I need answers, or I don't want to watch anymore. Like I've never really been really worried about the answers. For me, I've always been much more invested in the characters and the actual characters' journeys that they are going on, their individual storylines, and how just great some of the acting has been. But yeah, the mystery is pretty fun as well. But yeah, and yeah, I think there is a little bit of this aspect to it as well. So I do agree with you to a certain extent. Real cinema therapy. I think this whole season is a little more sensationalized than previous seasons. Absolutely, I think we're seeing a degree of that compared to other seasons for sure. Absolutely. And yeah, how do you kill a scarecrow? You burn it. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe that is what they're burning there on that pyre. Maybe that is it.
Yeah, it worked in Wizard of Oz.
It did. It worked for Smiley's body, at least until he came back to life. So I don't know. You kill one of these scarecrows, and are we gonna have a fucking scarecrow birth next? Or are we gonna see one of these fucking scarecrows emerge from a fucking pod out of someone's womb?
Hide your kids, hide your wife. The scarecrows.
Fucking hope not. Man, that would be bad. That would be bad. Scarecrows start talking in children's voices. That would be creepy. That would certainly be creepy. Yeah, patience with the answers or show spoils. And that's the thing. You got to have patience with the answers. What I always try to remember and what I always try to tell maybe some people that are, maybe you're getting a little impatient and you want some answers. And I totally understand that. I mean, it's been 3 seasons of nothing but mystery with no answers. So I totally understand people wanting to get the answers. But at the end of the day, you have to remember, once we get all the answers, that's it. Show's over. There's no more mystery at that point. There's no more mystical aspect of to the show at that point. There's no more theorizing what's going to come next. What's this mean? What does that mean? Once we have all the answers, that's it. The show's over. So I don't mind. I don't mind waiting for the answers. I totally understand that this is one of those shows that you just kind of have to have a little bit of patience, I guess. But I do think our patience is going to be rewarded in the long run. But yeah, not in a big rush for answers. I just really want to see where these characters are going to go. That's kind of where I'm at. Where are these characters' storylines going to go this season? What are these characters going to have to do in order to kind of reach that next step of the narrative in terms of saving these children? What does saving the children actually entail? And again, that's why I love how they're actually bringing this stuff into the actual narrative and into the actual show now, where we actually have Boyd asking the $1 million question. How do you save children that are already dead? Children we, as the fans, have been asking for years now. But it seems like our characters are slowly but surely starting to catch up to the audience. So that is a good sign. That's, at least for me, that's a good sign that the characters are finally asking the important questions. How do we save children that are already dead?
Yep. So I think, yeah, we'll get there. And I mean, I didn't mind this episode as a moving pieces into place. Next episode promises a lot more, and we've seen enough seasons to know that they do the peaks and valleys method. So yeah, I don't know what more to say. It's yeah.
Very much. Again, every once in a while you have to have an episode like episode 3 where you set some things up for future episodes to pay off. And I think that's what we got. Episode 3, we got some nice nuggets of information, but a lot of it was them setting some interesting storylines up in place to play out probably over the next 2 or 3 episodes or so. So yeah, I'm expecting episode 4 to really be a big one. I think it's going to be the first real big one of the season. And I think we're going to get some pretty good stuff next week. Again, just based on the trailer alone, looks like we got some pretty interesting stuff. Some pretty interesting things happening in episode 4. But before we close it out, I will play the trailer one more time for anyone who maybe hasn't seen it or for anyone who maybe just wants to see it one more time. Here is the season 4, episode 4 trailer for the next episode of From, entitled Of Myths and Monsters.
You go on this little trip, you may not come back, right?
That thing I carried inside me. He feels how afraid I am. He likes it.
It's nice to see you again.
Whatever's wrong with me, what if I pass it on to someone else and then the voices start torturing them?
We came in the cars just like the rest of us. And when everyone died, I saw him. He was eating her.
He was eating them. So there we have it, folks. Episode 4. Again, looks like it's going to be good. Episode 4 looks like it's going to be a really fun one. Looks like they're shoving quite a lot at us. And again, out of all of the footage, and I went back and checked, if you look at the season 4 trailer, most of the stuff in the season 4 trailer we've already seen on screen. So it looks like, even though there is a lot of stuff in that promotional material, even though there's some stuff that maybe we wish wasn't in there, it does at the very least look like all of the footage has very much been comprised of only the first half of the season. So that much does give me some, hope. And I am very much looking forward to the second half of the season even more, because it looks like we haven't seen any footage at all from any of the episodes in the second half of the season. It looks like all of the footage we've seen has only been comprised of the first 5 or 6 episodes, it looks like. So even though we've seen quite a lot, if you go back and watch the trailer again, you'll notice just about every scene in the trailer we've already seen, with the exception of a small handful of scenes that we're probably going to see in episodes 4 and 5. So if nothing else, all of the footage that we've seen seems to only cover the first half of the season. So I can only imagine what the second half of the season is going to look like.
Yeah, and yeah, spoiler free too, which is a treat.
Exactly.
Not even a hint of a whiff of what's going on in the back half.
Exactly. And that'll be fun. That'll be fun heading into that second half of the season where we don't have any footage. The only footage that'll be coming out are the individual episode trailers. At that point, we'll have nothing else to go on, and that'll be fun. That will be fun. But yeah, there we have it, folks. Episode 4, season 4, episode 4 of From, entitled Of Myths and Monsters, is just a few days away now. And we'll be right here Saturday night firing up our pregame show before we dive into all of the craziness and the watch party and the after show as well. But of course, before we close it out, we also did promise that we were going to talk a little bit about Widow's Bay. And I figured I'd save it for the end of the stream for people who are maybe From fans that aren't watching Widow's Bay, and maybe, this isn't your show. That's totally fine. But we have been getting a lot of requests to talk a little bit about Widow's Bay. And it's been fun so far. Widow's Bay has had 3 episodes so far. It's a brand new horror, mystery, suspense show from Apple Plus with a good deal of comedy. It's got a good deal of comedic aspect to it. But what drew me to this show so much was the setting. This show is set in again, we have towns like this all over the place where I live. I live in New England myself. And the show itself is set in New England on a little coastal town of this failing tourist community. And it's basically set around a mayor trying to bring his thriving community back to life, trying to bring the tourist season back to life in the midst of a curse. The island in which the town sits on an ancient curse, it seems like. And in episode 1, there is a giant earthquake. And apparently the earthquake, quote unquote, woke up the island. It wakes up the island and all of the supernatural aspects that come along with it. And the show basically deals with our main character, which is the mayor of the show, Mayor Tom Loftus. And it's basically him trying to revive his failing, tourist community in the midst of dealing with this curse that is placed on the island. And there's only been 3 episodes so far. I've been enjoying it. It's not exactly what I thought it was going to be, but I'm still enjoying it a little bit. But one thing I was looking forward to is that it seemed the show was going to be drawing off real world New England mythology. And for those of you who aren't from New England, we have a lot of mythology up here that dates all the way back centuries and centuries and centuries. Very much, to the beginning of the founding of the Americas. But there's a lot of, in particular, sea mythology. And that is what the show seems to be kind of taking a lot of inspiration from. Episode 3 in particular, the latest episode, was titled, it wasn't titled The Sea Hag, but the focus of the episode, the supernatural entity that he was dealing with in episode 3, was the Sea Hag. And the Sea Hag is so famous in New England mythology among sailors, among fishermen, among navymen, among basically anyone who spent their life on a boat in the New England area. You've heard of the Sea Hag. You've heard of the legend of the Sea Hag. Basically this sea spirit witch that sailors are very afraid of. Some sailors will even go so far as to doing certain rituals in their cabin before they even set off to appease the hag. So it's been one of those kind of folklore, superstitious things that's been in New England for a very long time. And episode 3 episode 3 was based on the Sea Hag, but man, it's like it was the Sea Hag and nothing but name. It was called the Sea Hag, but they made up a completely different backstory for it, a completely different origin, a completely different method for how it works, how it kills, the danger, and it was just really disappointing. Episode 3 was a really big disappointment for Widow's Bay. And again, maybe it's just me from my perspective because I was expecting something to be a little bit more accurate to New England mythology. But it seems like they just took the name of the Sea Hag and made up their completely own story. But overall, I am still enjoying the show. I think it's got some interesting potential. If you're a From fan, I would probably at least say give it a shot. Watch the first 3 episodes, and if it's not for you, it's not for you. There's nothing wrong with that. But I would at least say try to watch the first 3 episodes if you are a From fan, and you might see some interesting horror mystery aspects in this show that are similar to From. Not many, but some. For me, I think the more interesting aspect of Widow's Bay is what's going on in the periphery. In particular, what's going on with the priest character. Now, at the end of the first 2 episodes, we hear the mayor come up to the priest and he says, "Oh, I'm sorry that my kid went in and rang the bells." And the priest is kind of put off by this. He's like, "What are you talking about? That's impossible. There's no way your kid could have gotten in and rang those bells. They're tied up." And then we see the priest kind of reading off some old, looks like he's doing some kind of research into the island. And we see that these bells going off is a sign of danger. It's a sign that the island is waking up and this supernatural activity is starting once again. And it all seems to be leading to this very weird and mysterious room referred to as the chamber, that has this weird, mysterious kind of chair in it, and it seems to be kind of located with a set of doors going underground. Very mysterious. We're not exactly sure what this chamber is, what it's for, what purpose it's going to solve, but basically at this point, all we really know is that the island has woken up. The earthquake woke up the island, and the supernatural activity, the curse that has been placed on the island, is active again. And we're seeing this mayor, right here is the mayor himself, Tom Loftus, do everything he can to try and revive his tourist community in the midst of this curse. And again, it's got a lot of comedic aspects to it. It's more of a comedy horror mystery than it is a horror mystery. Definitely a lot more comedy to it than anything else.
Yeah. I like those. Yeah, his coworkers, the people under him. You know how like they're incompetent to various degrees, but it's very funny, and some of some of their turns of phrase are very funny. As he showed the scene with the diner waitress, she's like a diner waitress who hates, she'll like just throw the plate on the table in front of you, and it wasn't even what this girl ordered. It wasn't even what
it wasn't even what she ordered. No, it's totally different.
So that really breaks it, lightens it up. It keeps it light. Doesn't get goofy though, and that was one of my concerns, that they're going to be so like a lot of times screenwriters fall in love with themselves and they try to, they go overboard trying to be clever and snarky and witty or whatever. This one is so far for me, it's been pitch perfect. The horror aspects, again, I mean, I can never say it enough how much I hate dream sequences and hallucinations and stuff. But this one, and this is a direct contrast to Boyd, to the hand grabbing Boyd's hand, and it turned out to be nothing. The Sea Hag, because he kept seeing the Sea Hag, and evidently other people weren't seeing it. But it was scratching him. It was leaving literal physical scratches on the mayor and stuff. So I guess I'm not really spoiling things, but it's an actual physical, it's a real thing. It wasn't just a figment of his imagination, because he's basically in denial that a lot of these mythologies are real, because he's all the superstition, all the mythologies, all the monsters of lore are directly in contra, directly against his goal of making it an attractive tourist town. He wants it to be a tourist destination, and not and deliberately, and they flat out address this. They're like, one guy says, you want this to be Salem, you don't want it to be
you want this to be Salem, not Nantucket. And again, like you see, he had that writer, in episode 1, he has like a real big New York Times writer coming out, writing a big kind of spread on the town, hoping that will bring the tourist attraction back to them. And it seemed like it did. I mean, when we look at episode 3, it looks like we're starting to see tourists move back in. We're starting to see tourists come back to the island. And it just so happens that they're all coming back just as this curse is being reawoken. The island is waking up. The curse on the island is active again, and we're slowly starting to see these supernatural elements, start to return. And you have this, the mayor that's trying to deal with all of this, and at the same time, you have your townsfolk, your locals, and some of them know about the curse, some of them believe in it, and we even have that one guy who teams up with the mayor every once in a while. And I feel like episode 3 was a really good episode for their relationship, for those characters, because until you get to episode 3, the mayor is very much in like kind of denial. It's almost like he doesn't fully believe that the curse is real. He kind of thinks it's all just bullshit, and that people are just a little too superstitious, because even though he spent time growing up on the island, he also spent time on the mainland as well. So he's not like super accepted as a quote unquote local, but he lived there and grew up there during the summer. So he knows a lot of the local legends, and he knows the place. Everybody knows who he is, but he's not super accepted by the place. So I like that aspect of it. It's a very interesting kind of close-knit fishing community. And there are tons of towns like this everywhere where I live. Like there's so many towns like this. And even PM, can confirm, like it does. It looks just where I live. She's seen it too. So yeah, in terms of getting the aesthetic of a New England kind of seaside island town right, they got it down right for the most part. The accents are kind of hit or miss. I feel like some of the actors are really good at New England accents, and some of the actors can't do a New England accent to save their life, so they don't even try. Like the mayor, for instance. The mayor doesn't have a hint of a Massachusetts accent, and right. he probably should. But that's nitpicky stuff. That's little nitpicky stuff that doesn't really matter too much in terms of like the overall narrative. I guess it matters for authenticity's sake, I guess. If you're portraying a certain area of the world, you want to portray that area accurately, and that in dialect and pronunciation is a part of that. So I understand some people were kind of criticizing the New England accents because not all of them were super good, which is true, that not all of them were good. But no, I think I like the interesting aspect that's developing between the mayor and like the old fisherman dude, that believes all the legends, that believes all this is real. The guy that tells the mayor about all the crazy shit that's going on. They really have a good episode here where at this point, Tom Loftus, the mayor, finally gets to the point where he's like, okay, it's real. This shit is real. Because up until episode 3, it seems like he's not quite sold on whether this town is actually cursed or whether or not they just have some bad luck. But in this episode, him getting attacked by the Sea Hag himself, he's finally at the point now where he realizes, okay, this shit's real.
Yeah. The inaugural swim.
And we have those here in my town. Like literally in my town, we have an inaugural swim. It's not something that only the mayor does. It's something that's open to the entire public. But we have this inaugural swim called the Polar Plunge. And every single winter, in the dead of winter, they do it in winter and summer, the Polar Plunge and the Summer Plunge, where it's the first people going out into the water. It's just supposed to be a community kind of thing. But yeah, my town has something just like this where they do the Polar Plunge, where whenever where it's winter, I think the chief of police, the head of the fire, the fire chief, like some of the people in town, like they'll do this Polar Plunge where they all just run into the water in the dead of winter, freezing cold, and then they run right back out. Just a tradition that these weird fishing towns have very weird old, really storied traditions that they kind of hold on to, and some of them are a little bit weird, some of them a little bit out there, but that's small fishing towns for you. What can I say?
Oh yeah, we have an effigy burning.
There you go.
The Zobra,
yeah. I very much live in a haunted town. It's super haunted in my area. It is super haunted. That's for sure. We got Fort Tabor, which is not far away from us, which was one of the bloodiest Civil War forts in the area in terms of the amount of action it's seen and the amount of people that have died there. Fort Tabor is one of the most haunted places in this entire country, and it's right down the fucking street. So yeah, so we have a lot of haunted areas, or at least a lot of places that people say are haunted in my area. Are they really? I don't know. I don't know if I've experienced enough weirdness to know where I stand on that.
No, I dig the show though. I mean, and yesterday, BK or the other either yesterday, Wednesday, BK screened it in the Discord, just like an impromptu watch party. I would say it's definitely worth it. And I'm pretty stingy with my time as far as getting into new shows and stuff. This one I think I'll stick with it. There's enough lightness without getting goofy. It's got its horror aspect, and we're kind of uncovering it at the along with the mayor. I mean, he is skeptical at first, and he's gradually becoming a believer. The fisherman guy, I almost thought that he was kind of irritating because he's
a little irritating.
Like one of those, every horror show has like the person that knows all the lore, and it'll be like some college girl. Oh, I took one semester of ancient Babylonian, so I can read this scroll. Like, really? Okay.
So I can translate this ancient Sumerian text. He's an ally. He sees, and we've seen from the very beginning, the only thing he wants is the mayor to shut down the town. He says, shut down the town. Do not have tourists come here. People are going to start dying. So he's really only trying to save lives because he knows this curse is real. He knows it's been, awoken. And he knows that tourists are going to be flooding to this island this summer. And he's just trying to stop it. Seems like he's genuinely just trying to save lives. But yeah, I think it's going to be, again, I'm looking forward to seeing where the rest of it's going to go. It's again, I'm a little disappointed with what they did with the Sea Hag. The Sea Hag is such a storied kind of story in these parts, and there's so much really, really good lore, good real world lore to draw on when it comes to the Sea Hag. It's just unfortunate that they just took the name of the Sea Hag and made up their completely own story, their own backstory, how it operates, how it kills, how it works. And for me, it's not as good as the real thing. If you want to see what the Sea Hag is really about, I'd say look up the real version in New England mythology, and you'll see, holy shit, way better than the version we got in this show.
Do you think they just wanted to introduce a monster and wrap it up in 30 minutes or whatever?
Maybe. But I feel like they could have done that and stuck to the lore. They could have done that and still stuck to the lore. I think they're doing, bare minimum when it comes to drawing off real world inspiration. Like, yes, they're using the Sea Hag, but they're taking the Sea Hag and making their own thing out of it. Maybe we'll see a similar theme of that, where they're drawing on like real world New England mythology for inspiration, but they're just giving it its own story.
Yeah, I mean, they Hollywood's famous for doing that, though. They'll take the name of something, like the Wendigo never had antlers at any point until they started showing up in movies and stuff.
We see that, these things happen, and then over time, over years, over decades, over centuries, especially nowadays with pop culture, shit gets added on to, stuff, and next thing you know, you got something totally different. But I guess that's one thing I'm going to be looking forward to seeing what they do going forward with the show, with Widow's Bay. Are they going to continue to draw off real world New England mythology? And if so, are they going to continue to just give it its own backstory, or are they going to actually stick to the real lore? I hope they start sticking to the real lore a little bit more, because again, the real lore is fascinating. There are so many fascinating mythological elements to kind of New England sea life. There's so many good stories out there. So hopefully they draw a little bit more on some of that.
Yeah, like ghost ships alone.
Yeah.
So
a lot of good stuff to draw on. A lot of good stuff to draw on in the real world.
I would say it's still worth it, though. Definitely worth it. And as somebody who's not, I'm definitely, I would be like the opposite of steeped in New England folklore and stuff. So I'm finding, as a casual, essentially, I'm finding it definitely entertaining.
It's fun, and the episodes aren't like super long, so it's not like a huge like commitment that you have to kind of commit yourself to. I think the episodes are only 35 to 40 minutes long. They're not like super long episodes. So it's easy to consume, very easy to consume. And yeah, there is some good comedic moments. Like PM and I were fucking dying laughing over the recliner scene when he gets, when I mean, all right, because part of the lore on the show, now again, this isn't how the Sea Hag is in real life, but part of the lore on the show, the Sea Hag that they're using is if she scratches you, a day or two later, you'll get to the point where you're kind of rendered like paralyzed, where basically the Sea Hag scratch acts similar to like a kimono dragon. That's how kimono dragons operate. If they can get their saliva on an animal, that animal will slowly die a day or two later. And the kimono dragon just sits there and tracks it until it has no energy left. Because all of the toxins and all of everything that kimono dragons carry in their mouth, all it takes is one bite of something, and whatever they bite, it is going to die eventually, if it's a smaller animal usually. And they track it until it gets weak, and then they kill, and then they consume it. And the Sea Hag operates kind of similarly, where if you get scratched by the Sea Hag, a day or two later, you'll get to the point where you're kind of rendered useless. You're rendered kind of paralyzed. And at that point, the Sea Hag climbs into your bed, sits on you, and suffocates you. That is how the show has brought us the Sea Hag. And again, I'm not a big fan of the lore change. That's not what the Sea Hag does at all. At least the real Sea Hag from real New England mythology, it doesn't climb into your bed at night, sit on your face, and suffocate you. That's just not what it does. But in this version, that is what happens. We have the Sea Hag. If it scratches you, you get to the point where you're kind of incapacitated, and then it comes for you. And then that is when we got a really good funny scene, a good scene of comedic levity. Where here we see the Sea Hag slowly climbing up him. And this scene kind of scared me a little bit. I mean, I don't know if it was the scene itself or it was just the angle. Something about this angle has always scared me right here. Like this angle was creepy to me. Just seeing this fucking Sea Hag just like fucking creep up from where because again, he's paralyzed at this point. He can't move. He can barely move at this point. He's weak. He can't move much. And he just sees this thing pumped up from in between his legs. That is the scariest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life. That would scare the fuck out of me if I saw something like that. So I don't know, something about this angle, it's just creepy, a very creepy angle. So I got to give them points for this shot. Really good shot. And we see her. She slowly starts to climb up. There's such a funny way to get this fucking thing off of him, where he just kind of hits the recliner and she just goes fucking flying. That killed us. The other night. Hilarious. But it works. It works for a split second where he manages to crawl himself into the bathroom. Crawls himself into the tub, but unfortunately the Sea Hag isn't done. The Sea Hag comes for him. Sea Hag climbs in, pretty easy to kill. Apparently all you got to do is shoot him with a fucking shotgun, and they dissipate and turn into seawater.
Yeah.
But here, our boy showed up just in the nick of time and saves the mayor. And at this point, at least the mayor knows, okay, this shit's real. I think the mayor needed an encounter like this, an up-close encounter with the evil of the island, for him to really appreciate and really kind of understand the threat that they're all living under now. So I am interested to see where episode 4 is going to go, just to see the change in the mayor's demeanor. How is he going to act going forward now that he knows this is real?
Yeah, I liked it turning into seawater too. It was just another neat effect.
Yeah. It was. But yeah, overall, it's a fun show. It's kind of a fun show. It's nothing too deep, nothing too super hard to solve. Again, the only really mystery aspect of the show right now is whatever's going on with the priest. that priest character. We have no idea what's really going on with him. That chamber that seems to be underground that he was reading about. We don't really know much about what's going on there, but it seems like that place, that room is going to be important at some point. That's really the only mystery aspect of the show up until this point. The rest of it's more supernatural horror comedy. But again, it's fun. It's something to watch. Is it From? No. Is it going to challenge you like From? No. But it's something fun to watch.
But the priest having his own like storyline or at least thread kind of like corroborates that the cyclical reawakening of the curse is a thing, is an actual thing that's not just limited to the mayor and the lore guy.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it seems like this is something we're definitely at least getting the sense that this island has been cursed for a very long time, and this is not the first time that this has happened. That yes, maybe at some point, maybe the island wakes up in cycles. It seems like it always starts with a volcano, with an earthquake. An earthquake happened, woke up the island, wakes up the evil that resides within the island, and boom, all of this stuff starts happening all over again. So yeah, it does seem to be a pattern of cycles that happens in some way. For sure.
And it's neat that they have all these, they have the horror element, the supernatural element, and then counterbalance it with the daily mundane pain in the ass that he has to deal with as a mayor, like like giving a travel writer a tour and also trying to get the power restored, different things. And I think of course we know the police chief is going to have a bigger, he's going to come into play more, because right now he's kind of thinking that the mayor's kind of nuts.
Kind of nutty. Yeah. I think that'll be interesting to see where the police chief goes in all of this. What does the police chief think of all this? Does he believe in the curse, or does he believe that it's all nonsense? And then as Golden Child brings up, is the bridesmaid good or bad? That's another question we don't know. We saw this mysterious bridesmaid just pop up. He gives her a ride. And throughout the episode, you're wondering, okay, is this really the Sea Hag? And PM and I were talking about this. I think that would have been a better storyline, personally. Like if we would have got the reveal at the end that this was really the Sea Hag the whole time, that I think would have been a little bit of a better reveal. I think that would have done justice to the Sea Hag, lore a little bit, because there are versions of the Sea Hag where she's depicted as a beautiful woman, not always a hag. So I thought that would have been interesting. And even Tom, the character himself, he was convinced. He thought she was the Sea Hag. He's like, I know what you are. I'm not like you. I'm not like you. Get out of here. Because he gets to the point where he's so paranoid. I mean, he hears this woman come to his door at night, wanting to come in, super interested in him. And he's thinking, this is way too good to be true. Like, this isn't really happening. No, you're the fucking Sea Hag. But look, like she was really.
I think she was real, yeah, and that's why I felt bad for her. I was like, oh man, here's Marissa. It's just like, she thought that they had a connection, and now here, then he's acting crazy now.
He's acting fucking nutty, yeah. I think she was just a little thirsty, maybe. I mean, she's in town. She's a bridesmaid. They're at a wedding. I mean, he's the mayor. Yeah, maybe she's just looking for a weekend fling. I don't know.
And it was written pretty tight. I liked how it was written, though. It's written pretty tightly, because he was asking her questions, and she's like, where are your friends? I haven't seen. She's like, you can meet them tomorrow. I mean, she's giving answers like a normal person would give, but everything that she said as a normal answer just deep into suspicion. It's like, aha, I get it.
I know who you are. I know what you are. I'm not letting you in.
So the writing is pretty tight in this, I think. Yeah,
it is. And I gotta say, the actor playing Tom Loftus, he's good. He's good. I think Matthew Rhys, he's a really good actor. But he's good at comedy. He's good at comedic timing. Some of the quirky things that he does, are pretty funny. So I like him. I think it was a good casting. I think he's playing the role pretty well. And there's just, certain little things that he does every once in a while, whether it's, the way that he pronounces something, the way that he says something, the dialect, the tone, or just his general goofiness in general. He's a funny character. He has some good, funny comedic moments.
And a good supporting cast. So yeah.
Yeah,
I'm on board with it, man.
Yeah, me too. I'm looking forward to seeing where it's going to go. I hope that they draw a little bit more on real world New England mythology. I thought that's what we were going to get in episode 3 with the Sea Hag, because the Sea Hag is very famous in my area. But they chose to do their own version, which is totally fine. But it would be nice to see them draw a little bit more on real world New England mythology. Considering the show is set in New England, it's set in a cursed New England town filled with fishermen. You'd like to see some of those fisherman mythology lore kind of sprinkled into the show, and I'm hoping they will. I'm hoping we'll get some more of that. But yeah, it's fun. It's fun. It's bite size. It's very easy to consume. It's just good. Self-contained, creepy, and funny. That's another good way to put it. It's very self-contained. Each episode, while there is an overarching story connecting each episode to each episode, there's also self-contained stories within each episode. And I think that's what's fun about this show. Each episode is him dealing with a different supernatural aspect of this curse. While the overarching storyline is what we talked about earlier, a mayor trying to revive his once thriving town, trying to bring the tourist community back. But I love how we get individual storylines in every single episode, where we get something that feels satisfactory when you get to the end of an episode and a storyline that was set up in that episode is finished and paid off also within that episode. So I like the mix that we're getting here. We have the overarching story that connects episode to episode, but within each episode, we also have a secondary storyline that kind of gets set up and paid off all within the same episode. So I like that style of storytelling.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's light, easy to consume, and I would say definitely worthwhile. Check it out if if you have Apple TV.
Yeah,
definitely check it out if you have Pirate Bay or
sail the seas. This is one that you can sail the high seas on. Yeah, for sure. But yeah, overall, Widow's Bay, it's pretty fun up until this point. I don't want to judge it too positively or too harshly this quick, because there's only been 3 episodes out so far. So I definitely want to see where it's going to continue to go. But they come out every Wednesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern on Apple TV. So if you're a member of Apple, check it out. If you're a From fan, I would say at least give it a shot. See if it's something that might be in your wheelhouse. You might find similar things that you like about From in here. Not too many, but you might find some. But overall, interesting. Very, very, very interesting show. And yeah, I'm going to continue watching it. I'm going to continue watching it to see where it's going to go. We shall see. We shall see. But yeah, there we have it, folks. There we have it. From season 4, episode 4 is just around the corner now. We're just a few days away, from episode 4 of From. And again, just based on the trailer and based on everything that we're seeing from the synopsis and the promotional material, it's looking like episode 4 is going to be a pretty big episode, an episode that things really start to kind of pick up and take off a little bit more, a little bit crazier than we've seen for the first 3. So yeah, bring it on. I am ready for episode 4. I am ready to return back to the 1978 massacre. I am ready to see the man in yellow snacking on people. Bring it all on. Let's see where episode 4 is going to take us. And of course, what exactly will Jade and Boyd ultimately find out? We know Jade and Boyd are going to be going off on their own excursion, trying to look for answers. What exactly will Jade find on his mushroom trip? And what will Jade's mushroom trip kind of motivate him to do? Will we see Jade get the ideas to go down into those caves from the mushroom trip, maybe? I don't know. But it looks like episode 4 is going to pick things up a lot for From.
Yeah, these questions and more answered Saturday night, midnight Eastern time, with a robust pre-show by Jeremy on Saturday evening, time to be determined, and an after show as well.
That's right. That is right. We'll be doing it all. I think that's going to be our format going forward for our Saturday night shows. I'm going to do the pregame show right here, 2 or 3 hours before the episode drops. We'll do our pregame show like we always do, build up some hype while we get ready and kill some time hanging out together, waiting for the new episode to drop. Then I'll end the stream to do, and anybody who wants to pop into the Discord for the watch party. And what's great, it seems like there are other streams that are streaming the episode. So if ours ever gets to capacity, there are other links that we can send you guys to where you can watch the episode in Discord. So that'll probably be our format going forward. We'll do our pregame show. I'll end that stream so we can do the watch party in Discord. And then after that, I'll fire up another stream where we can do our live after show discussion. So yeah, looking forward to it, everybody. Saturday night, Saturday midnight Eastern Standard Time, episode 4 of From will be here. And yeah, again, I'm really hoping episode 4 is going to be a good one. Looks like it's going to be a pretty good one based on the trailer, but who knows? I guess we'll see. I guess we shall see. But that is going to do it for us tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Big thank you to each and every one of you for coming out and hanging out with us on this fine, fine Thursday evening. And of course, big thank you to Ravener as well. Thank you for joining me, my friend.
Always a pleasure, man. Always a pleasure.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So get out there, check out Widow's Bay if you haven't already. Again, it's a pretty fun show. Again, it's not from level sophistication with its horror or anything, but it's a pretty fun show. And I'm enjoying it enough that I'm definitely at least looking forward to seeing where it's going to go from here. So check out Widow's Bay if you haven't already, and you can join us on our next Widow. We'll probably be doing our Widow's Bay discussions towards the end of our From streams. I don't know if I'm going to do a stream like just dedicated to Widow's Bay because there isn't a whole lot of there. But I know that there are some people that do want to talk some Widow's Bay. So we will definitely continue to do our Widow Bay breakdowns. We'll probably just do them live is all. We'll do them during the live streams, probably towards the end of maybe the stream. Maybe every Thursday we'll do our Widow's Bay review at the end of our From stream. That seemed to work out pretty good. But yeah, big thank you to each and every one of you. Thank you for hanging out. Stay safe out there in this crazy, crazy world we find ourselves in. Keep those tinfoil hats on, folks, and we will see you on the next one. Cheers.
Okay, ding-dongs. If you don't subscribe to Jeremy Ice and Fire, you're going to spend the night in the box.
Aren't Cooey.
I think this is when it happened.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I did try to warn you.